Never before have we had greater face a complex, rapidly changing world. Think of it a moment.
It is a world in which supersonic speeds are commonplace. It is a world that has seen the coming of the atomic bomb. It has seen the rise of the total state, the dictator, and the mass man. It is a world of new sensations, new excitements, new distractions.
So much to be learned by so many in so little time.
And I suppose you're here with no agenda, as per usual?
On the contrary, I'm here for comics.
How's your comic book collection, Brody?
Oh, it's going good, but I've been...
There we go. Okay, oh yeah, it's the solo one. I forgot to hit the completely right thing, but that's okay because we also have Andrew. It's a normal show today. Don't even worry, everybody. We did it. We are 2 weeks going straight. Look at that. We are big boy adults. Welcome everybody. We are back for another episode of Foil Variant. I hope everybody is doing well out there. Lovely Wednesday, kind of an average going week. I don't really have a lot to set up with the preamble. How are you doing, Andrew? Oh yeah, how'd the launch go?
Popular characters, and it's no wonder why. I mean, it's Chuck Dixon, Joe Bennett original creation,
Right.
and people like their kind of brutal street level vigilante characters, and Chuck Dixon kind of made his name on those.
He's still the definitive, like, maybe not Batman writer.
I mean, according to the chat,
you were for a second. There was a hiccup there. I got you already. We're good. We're good. I don't want to say he's the definitive Batman writer, because I think other people have handled Bats well, but Chuck did Bats well. But Chuck is the definitive Nightwing Robin guy still.
Like,
you're never ever topping those collections. I think I brought it up to you. Even Chuck's not as controversial as some creators who've left the big two, right? Like, but he's still. In the world of business, I can imagine they don't want to keep giving him these creators any more royalties than they absolutely have to, right?
Right.
But they still keep, the only thing they ever reprint of old Robin and Nightwing stuff is only the Chuck stuff. And I think that's just a testament to how well he writes. You can disagree with him on his views or his politics, but the man, he's like Mark Waid, right? Like, he can write. Wade's good at the super sky high superheroes, and Chuck's good at the street level heroes, obviously.
It's true. And so it was actually kind of a shocker not to make this a Rippaverse thing, like reading Zaylan, What Kills Must Die. He really also has a voice for cosmic heroes, and he's said things on his so every late Tuesday night, I'm talking somewhere around midnight, going into Wednesday morning, he drops a new episode of his Ask Chuck Dixon show that he does.
Do you know that?
He's an Eastern time.
Oh, wow. He drops that super late then.
Yeah, so he probably schedules it, and then people wake up to it there. Is my guess is what his thinking is on that.
Yeah.
I usually get the notification because I'm typically awake at that hour.
Stop reminding all of us. We know.
Sorry, sleep isn't a thing, but I'll save listening to it and watching it because Wednesday mornings are my early mornings, because it's the day I go into the office. I'll watch and listen to his show while I'm at my desk setting up my schedule for the day for work and sipping on my coffee and waking up. It's kind of my Wednesday morning wake up routine, right?
Yeah.
But he has talked a number of times about like he always really wanted to tell a cosmic story, while he was working at Marvel and DC. He just kind of never got the chance, right? Because
I believe
they
that.
did kind of put him in a specific pocket, right, where it was the street level characters. And I can understand as being a writer and you're a talented writer, though Chuck's a humble as hell guy. Like if you
Yeah.
chat with him, he just like he'll
Oh
joke.
yeah.
Like he jokes all the time about like us referring to him as like a legendary writer because he's like, no, it's really not that big of a deal, right? Like he's just the nicest, down to earth guy.
You broke the
But
bat. It's a little bit of a big deal.
he's kind of a big deal, right? Co-creator Bane and all that. But he'll talk about that, and I can understand if you're a very talented writer and you're at least a decent writer that you want to spread your wings, try out other genres and other character voices and things like that. And so I can see how it might be frustrating feeling like you're being pocketed or
Yeah.
typecasted, right, as a writer. But I mean, on the DC and Marvel end, it's hard to like be mad at them for it because you're like, yeah, but he gave us Chuck Dixon's Punisher and he gave us,
Right.
his Batman and Detective Comics run, and he gave us Robin and he gave us Nightwing and he gave us Birds of Prey and all these things. And you're like, I can't be mad at the decisions that were made.
I can't.
Because aside from Batman, he has the definitive versions of like all of those. Like, okay, so over at Marvel, like it goes back and forth between like, as far as like a lot of people's top versions of the Punisher,
I know.
you're like, okay, people love Mike Barron's Punisher, people love Chuck Dixon's Punisher,
and then Garth Ennis, yeah,
and
the
and
Punisher
Garth Ennis,
Max
right?
one, yeah.
Exactly. So you're like, a lot of people, it's kind of a toss up there, right? It's kind of the same with Batman because Batman has had a lot of really great writers over the years. I would say he, at least for me, is like the definitive 90s era Batman.
Oh, no argument there. I mean, like I said, he broke the bat. He did No Man's Land, right?
It really comes down to like what's the type of storytelling you're wanting from a Batman book that is the real main determiner.
That's true. Yeah.
What makes your favorite Batman writer?
And
right?
the problem and the thing with like Batman in particular is he really probably more than every other hero has so many different slots he can go into, right? Like you can have your detective comic, you can have your actual I'm going to go up against like super powered people comic. You can have your
or I'm going to go against the League of Shadows,
right? You have your
whatever.
League of Shadows. He can be anything. So yeah, like Chuck's bat, that whole thing going with that Nightwing and Robin end, it's more about like Batman in Gotham, right? Like, do you want to see more of like Batman's interactions with the city, how he like moves about the city, that sort of stuff? Do you want to see that? Go for Chuck. If you're looking for, I want like a really deep mystery. I know you hate it. It's the only one that can pop off the top of my head. Give me another one. Long Halloween, right? Like that's what Batman has, a lot of variation. You can do a lot with Batman. And the other thing I think that this is where I feel extra bad for Chuck is that when it comes to the times he was hyperactive in the like main industry, mainly that 90s to like late 2000s, probably about before 2012 or so.
That leading into New 52.
Yeah, like, so probably even earlier than that. That's got to be like 2009, 2010 at 2009, I think is actually when it was. But so in that era, when Chuck was at the big two, what really sucks is that I don't really, yes, obviously they went, oh, you're really good at doing the street level stuff, let's put you on that. But you also got to look at everybody else he was working with at the time, right? We were getting so many definitive creators and runs on these titles, like John Byrne was overdoing Superman at the time. Are you really going to take John Byrne off of Superman? Like, no, unfortunately. So like I totally get it, Chuck. It's one of those like everything kind of just like worked against you in that moment. Nobody didn't want you to do it.
There were a lot of definitive versions of characters on the good 90s books at that time. And whether it's for better or for worse, like he was the definitive like street level character writer at the time, and people, I mean, to this day his stuff sells extremely well. Like, people on Reddit or on X could, talk until their gums are purple, right? because well, he's not one political ideology or another or whatever. He doesn't put it in his books. And so people who actually buy and read comics, his collections sell out constantly. And it's a testament to that they just recently, what was it, like, what, 3, maybe 4 months ago, they re-released or started re-releasing like the omnibus collections.
We shared it with each other and we were like, whoa,
yeah, in like a
look at
new
him go.
hardcore, yeah, like in a new hardcover format or something like that for both
Something
his
like
Robin run and his Nightwing run. And it's like, yeah, because DC's gonna make money off of it. And they know they're gonna make money off of it.
I mean, look at you guys. Everything he blows out your sales all the time. I like that you brought up the or to that point about people talking on like Reddit and Twitter. I see them do that, right? Like a lot of people will go, "Where's Chuck been? I don't know where Chuck." And people go, "Oh, he went to go be a right wing, blah 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 blah." And most people, like, yeah, you'll have the political like brain people go, "Oh, I don't want anything to do with that." But most people will go, "Okay, but what's he writing?" And then you like show them, and I see a lot of people still go like, it's the public reluctance, but they're like, oh, okay, yeah, he might be like a right winger now, but I'm really interested in checking out. I don't know, what is this, Horseman? I don't know anything about Rippa, but I know that Chuck's writing it, so like I'm interested in it.
Yeah, and you can take one look at Horseman, and you can see influence from like all of Chuck's best street level characters that he's written. You see some Batman, you see some Punisher, you see some Nightwing, and you're like, if you're a fan of those things, you're like, yeah.
I mean,
he's got
Chuck
the Dixon writing this type of character. He's got the batons.
Yep, the batons. He's got the obviously street level blue suit, but the Punisher part to me is still like, you can tell. Like I smile every time I think about it. But it's in the that animated trailer you guys did where where he
is just putting fools in the ground.
It's the first kill he does when he like pulls up on the like car and he just bam, like there's no like taunting, there's no like wait for you to recognize me. Horseman just like slides in and pop. Like he is not waiting. He's not
immediately dead.
He's not about the showmanship, if you will, right? Like Punisher. He's really here. Like, I'm here to kick your ass.
Yeah, and that's Chuck's like kind of claim to fame. Like he can tell those types of stories like none other, and he does with Horseman. So that's enough of a Rippaverse rant. But Chuck is the best. I love Chuck.
Enough of a Rippaverse rant, but
he's the like chillest person I've ever chatted with.
This is cool. I went to his Wikipedia page just to like see all the stuff he had been on. Rippaverse is listed there. I mean, like,
it should be on there now.
It should be like in a just world, right? Like standard, it's a publisher, but surprising, right? Because it's Wikipedia. We all know that they're a little snooty over there about this stuff. But yeah, Alpha Core, Welcome to Floor Spark, Great War of Separation, Horseman 1, Alpha Core 2, and Zaylin. It's all in order too. Somebody out there is edited.
All right, somebody's paying attention. All right, well,
look at that. That's really cool.
Shout out to whoever did that, because it's good work.
No, yeah, like do you notice this? Speaking of that, do you notice this? I don't know if you've looked up yourself, but like somebody out there in our sphere tracks all of us big individuals' appearances on like YouTube shows. Like we have IMDb pages for like for our appearances on like the Pro Show. It's so very, very odd.
What? I'm a nobody.
No, we all are, but we all have a Wikipedia page, and it's all of our, like, you were on this episode of the Pro Show on that day, and I'm just like, all right, cool.
That's kind of funny, but
I know, yeah. Yeah, exactly. I'm not mad about it. I'm just like, hey, why not? That's cool. Shout out to that. But on the topic of recognizing people, we do have comic books to talk about tonight, guys. We definitely are going to finally talk about Absolute Flash. We have a very, very surprising Superman one-shot that I don't think either of us saw coming. We will probably do a quick touch-in on the Ultimate Universe because, one, there was an Ultimate Wolverine, and it's actually really good. It's just not a lot to comment on, right? Like, it's very much one of those.
Not a lot happens, but it's a pretty book.
Right. We'll probably just show you guys, like, look at how pretty this is, comment on it, and talk about the end reveal. But we'll have a quick check-in with Ultimate. What else even really dropped this week? You will be happy to know, Andrew.
We had DC and Sonic.
Oh yeah,
number
we
2
should talk about that miniseries because I'm genuinely loving this miniseries.
It's a good series so far.
I'm very, very shocked right now that both this and TMNT Naruto are so good. Like
they're just genuinely fun crossovers. It's nothing mind blowing. It's nothing like it's everything you would expect from like a crossover between two completely different publishers and IPs, but also at the same time, it's everything you'd kind of hope for.
That's exactly what I was going to get at, because in my expectation, this is why I'm so surprised. When I hear we're doing a crossover thing, I just go, oh my goodness, this is a very, very cheap marketing stunt, right? Like we get it. You know, DC Sonic, you've got, or I guess they're kind of, Superman's coming out. Like, there's no new Sonic thing on the horizon right now. There's nothing. Well, I guess 4, but
yeah.
But they all like. I hate how they like Sonic has done this ever since Sonic 1, where like the movie comes out, Ben Schwartz announces like it's like sequel's coming, and I'm like, okay, but what about like the hype? Like let it build or whatever. Because now like I just go like, okay, it's coming, right? Like now I'm just like, okay,
He's just that jazzed and passionate about it.
No, I love him. I have very few bad things to say about those movies. But to that end, like you normally back in the 90s, early 2000s, you hear crossover, you go, oh, this is going to be either really wacky and fun, like Punisher meets Archie, or it's
really
going to
wacky
be
and dumb,
like Punisher meets Eminem. And so that's where it's like when I saw the TMNT lineup, and I know this surprised you, the writer and the artist and everything, yeah, Jorge Jimenez is on covers, but the actual writer and artist of TMNT Naruto are two relatively newcomers. They do a lot of work for Boom, doing the Power Rangers stuff and some IDW stuff with TMNT, but I saw that lineup and I went, ugh, they're just sort of throwing this out there. They're putting the rookies on it because they know people will buy it up, buy the name. I mean, look at me. I've already pre-ordered all 4 of them. I did it. And that made me really bummed. But lo and behold, this book is... the Statue of Liberty wears a headband, like a ninja headband. It's incredible.
It's
like, it's the best book. This is comic books.
Well, it's one of those things where like you're reading them and you can tell that the people who are writing them are actually genuine fans about the properties.
Yes.
And you kind of have to be to play around with 2 completely different IPs like that, right? You have to know TMNT and Naruto pretty well in order to make them work and still maintain some level of integrity to the characters, right?
Oh, yeah.
You're gonna have to futz with the world a little bit, right? It's either
it's
either gonna slant to be a little close to TMNT's world, or it's gonna slant a little more towards Naruto's world. But as long as you keep the characters consistent, you're going to maintain audience buy-in and audience belief, because people who buy that book they're only buying it because they're fans of either one of those properties or both, right? You're not buying that as just a casual comic book fan who knows nothing about TMNT a really good or Naruto.
That's not
because you like those things.
That's not like a newsstand pickup, right? Or you're like walking by, like, oh, look at that character. I don't know that character. Let me check it out. That you specifically have to know what you're looking at.
Bingo. And to their credit, like the teams that have been on those, I forget the writer's name for TMNT across Naruto, but you know,
Caleb Goliner.
Okay, Ian Flynn over with the DCX Sonic. Like I already know he knows his stuff when it comes to Sonic, but he's showing he knows his stuff when it comes to DC as well, and some of the dialogue and pulling out some deep cut stuff where I'm like, the hell?
Oh man,
no one knows what that reference was, but I do.
Hey, Crackle! Shout out to our boy Crackle.
Yeah.
What is it? I forget if it's this issue or the first issue, but one of the things that like solidified like this is like what I've wanted out of Sonic for years is there's that panel where he's running with Wally and Wally says something like, "Oh man, like we have to like break light speed to like beat Darkseid or something," and Sonic goes, "Oh, you can still measure your speed? That's cute."
No, what it is Wally says, I can run within a picosecond, right? And Sonic's like, "Oh, your speed can still be measured. That's cute."
That's what it is.
And
Yeah.
they're doing typical crossover stuff there, where it's like you're having to like forcibly put people on a similar playing field. The fact of the matter is, Sonic would have nothing on Wally West. If we're actually going by measured speed, like Sonic has nothing on Wally.
Yes, but I will get, here's where I will give Sega their out here, right? Like I'll give them their olive branch here, which is technically Sonic in their canon is just the fastest thing alive, right? Like they've never really put an upper limit. They've never.
Yes, they just put that vagary there.
They put that vagary there, and whenever he needs to be as fast as whatever, they just put him there. So I can theoretically believe it, but if we really wanted to put on our like actually hats, oh yeah, no, Wally, I will go find all of the pages you and I yell about pretty much weekly, and I will send them to Ian Flynn directly. But
yeah, but I let it slide because I know what they're doing. It's a crossover book, right? It's like I'm not stupid.
It's a crossover book, and what I really like about it is that this is like, it's still, you're still connecting with the characters, right? Like Sonic would be cocky, Wally would be, you know, hey, we got to be a little analytical, let's do flash facts. But you know, with that dig Sonic gives Wally, there's no disrespect. There's no like the Flash is stupid and gay, Sonic is the best. Go from there, right?
No, it's competitiveness is what
right,
it is.
Exactly. But that's what I'm saying is
it's friendly competition.
It's really hard to get that balance when you do crossover things. And to Ian's credit, even though he's spent his entire career, as far as I know, working on Sonic, or at least over at Archie, he knows these guys. Like this guy, if he wasn't doing Sonic, he'd probably be on the show with us. We probably would have met him. And we'd probably be talking DC with him forever. But yeah, those books right now are fantastic. But I think, yeah, we'll hit those. We'll see if there's anything else that pops up from you guys or just off the top of our heads. I do want you to know there is a bit of good news for you this week, Andrew. We did get a new Exceptional X-Men. No Emma. Zero Emma in this issue. Like I didn't read it. I didn't care about reading it.
I'm leaving.
I flipped through it. That's what I'm saying. I just wanted to get it out of the way before we wasted everybody's time. Yeah, zero Emma.
No,
not
if I
at
want
all.
Emma at this point, I'm not going to read the comic book where she's supposed to be the leader. I'm gonna go play Marvel Rivals,
which is just so obviously I have you on my friends list. I keep laughing because you put off this game for so long. Understandably, you've been really busy with stuff. I don't know about you or our viewers, but when it comes to like starting new games, it sometimes takes me like, it almost feels like I'm going to go to the gym, right? Like I got to get that motivation. Like, okay, let's get into like a new ecosystem. Let's start a new thing. Let's get into this. So you were putting it off for a while, and now I just see like, Andrew got this Emma achievement. Andrew got this Emma achievement. Andrew got this one, and I'm just like, you kill it. I sadly haven't been able to play as Emma a lot because I know that this is like first week or first month or so and everybody's locking into it. But the like 2 matches I played, she's so perfect. Like I gush about this game all the time because they just know what they're doing with these characters. Her kit is fantastic. I've never seen a game where you use some sort of special, like a multiplayer game where you use a special, and whatchamacallit, you use a special, and what was I even talking about? Oh, Marvel, sorry. I had a notification pop up and it totally took my attention away. But in Marvel Rivals, Emma's ultimate is you hit them and they start like you take over their mind and they start walking towards you. So you can use that to have people.
The more you hit them, the more it reduces their ability to get away.
Exactly.
And then they'll eventually, if they take enough damage from her mind things, like it'll cause them to walk directly towards her, and she can basically just destroy them. Right?
Well,
or her teammate can.
Well, what I love about it is if you can get it right, you can make them walk off a cliff. You can just say like, "Oh, Punisher, Groot, Emma, walk off a cliff," and I'm like, "That's Emma Frost, baby! Like that is." She would be that cruel, or
she would do that.
I don't know if cruel is the right word for how Emma is, but she would be that bad bitch for 100%. But where was I even going with Marvel Rivals? I don't know where I was going with Marvel Rivals. Good game, fun game. No Emma in this book. There is an Infinity comic that she's in, which is like, are we really? Do we have to go to Infinity Comics now to see our favorite characters? Is this really what we've been reduced to? Like, and they're canon? I don't know. When they first launched Infinity Comics, I thought they were going to be sort of like, not non-canon stories, but sort of just like, I don't know, just like fun side things. And now you got to go there to see what's actually happening in Marvel. And I'm just like, at this point, like, I think the only time I've read an Infinity comic was Jeff. And that's because it fell into that exact category of like, this is kind of unrelated to everything.
It's Jeff. I mean, what's not to love?
What is not loved? Oh man, I moved away from it. What?
He's the best thing the Marvel has going on right now.
He really, really, really is. And we were here before everybody else.
That's true. We were here loving Jeff the Land Shark long before everybody in the Brothers Goldfish loved Jeff the Land Shark.
We have it on record. You can go like to episode 1 or 2, wherever we talked about it. It's there. This is ours. But aside, enough stalling, enough talking about waifus, enough talking about Jeffus. Let's first, before we get into anything, or let me rephrase that. Let's start moving the show along, and before we actually get into talking our comic books this week, let's say hello to everybody who has showed up thus far in the chat, starting with freaking Punk. What is going on? Mi amigo, always a pleasure to have you hanging out with us. We have Timon. What's going on? Hello to you. We have, let's see, there's our boy Clone Geek. Clone Geek says, bought Redcoat 11, Summer of Superman, Zatanna, and WF. What am I missing?
I've heard Redcoat is really good.
World's Finest, that's what it is. Yeah, I've only, so I was going to say this to Clone Geek, but I've only read like the first 3 issues. I love them. Like it's such a good, fun sort of, I don't know if there's a better term for this, but like fantasy concept, right? Because for those of you guys who don't know, Redcoat's part of that whole Jeff Johns Ghost Universe thing they've got going over Image, right? Like that's where it is. Image Comics has
all the big DC guys left and went over there. You got Jeff Johns, you got Peter J. Tomasi, you got Tinian, you got
Brian
Jason
Hitch,
Fabok, right? Brian Hitch. Like you've got like kind of an all-star cast over there of creatives.
What's his name? Gary Frank with him.
Yes, and Gary Frank as well. Like he was one of the artists on freaking DC Rebirth, the one shot, right?
DC Rebirth, Doomsday Clock. Like he's fantastic. But
absolutely.
But yeah, I really like Redcoat. I want to keep reading it's just time. This is why I keep talking about like temporary cancer. We need some way to do that. But glad to have you, Clone Geek. Saw you are still fighting with, well, you're not fighting, but I see you're still really getting Tom Brevoort's goat. Like there was another question this week where, Clone Geek is just taking him to town on, so there's no reason to care about Spider-Man anymore, and Brevoort keeps trying to defend it, but Clone Geek just easy defeat every time. So there's no point in paying attention anymore, and Brevoort just like can't let it go. It's pretty great. But we're happy to have you, Clone Geek, as always. Let's see. We have Mary. Mary, what is going on? I hope we have a good stream as well. So far, so good. We are not boomering it up. We're moving along at a pretty brisk pace. We're doing pretty well tonight. I know. That's what I was going to say. For once, we're really, really doing that. Oh, man.
Every dog has its day.
Clone Geek, you better be very, very careful with what you say in the chat, okay? This could land defamation. Jeff the Land Shark is on the Epstein flight logs. Here's why I don't believe you. Why would he need to fly? He can just go right under and just pop up in some water crag underneath the island. He's got his own entrance. I mean, I don't want him to have his own entrance, but if he had his entrance, that's where it would be. Let's put it that way.
Sure.
Yeah. Clone Geek says Geiger has gotten really good. I need to get into it. Like that is, I know it's so good. I hear it from Clone Geek. I hear it from people in your Discord. I hear it from people on Twitter. Again, I just need to sit down and do it. I've talked about this, and luckily you don't have to suffer through this, Andrew, but one of the worst things about my job is obviously with covering everything that goes bad, I mostly only get to read and follow things that are stupid, right? Like I don't get to watch fun
I
movies.
mean, that's what gets more clicks, right? Like the good stuff doesn't get as much notoriety, and that's part of the reason why we started the show, because we wanted to
exactly.
be able to at least highlight some of the good comics that do come out each week. And there are good comics. I don't think we've had a single week where there's been nothing good. We've had a couple of weeks where it's like we only squeaked by with maybe one or two that were like solid, but beyond that, like guys, there are good comics out there. Yes, there's a lot of meh to wade through. There's a lot of bleh to wade through, but that doesn't mean that there is nothing good out there. Whether it's stuff that you're more interested in from Image, whether it's DC, whether it's Marvel, whether it's the indies like the Rippaverse, or Iconic Comics with Common America and Soul Finder and all those guys that are doing great work over there, and any number of other creators out there. There are good comics to read, including in the mainstream, which is kind of one of the determinants of the industry at this time, right? In terms of health of the industry, that could change, at any time.
It could,
and the industry isn't in a great place, but
I'd say we're getting better.
It is slowly doing this, and only slowly, because the few books that are like really good are kind of like carrying the industry on their shoulders right now. You got freaking Ultimate Spider-Man and Uncanny X-Men over here, like, oh gosh, come on, guys, we can do it.
To that point, I was gonna even emphasize your point. I was gonna say not just like one or two books. It's like one or two writers per publisher are really carrying everything. It's like Simone and Hickman. It's Simone and Hickman
over at Marvel.
Yeah, and then here at DC, I guess Wade and Adams probably. I can't think of anybody else.
Say. I haven't looked at the numbers at DC recently. And so I don't know what's doing best for them. Obviously, every shop's going to order your staples, right? They're going to order a lot of copies of Batman, a lot of copies.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know. Unfortunately, this has sold. I've seen a lot of articles about it.
I'll be honest, I haven't read a single issue because I'm just not. And I am against this idea of trying to capitalize on a story that was meant to be one and done, and then trying to capitalize on the branding of that. Like, I didn't read the, what is it, Long Halloween 2?
Oh, God, no.
Either.
No.
Like, I'm just not interested. I'm not interested.
Anytime a publisher says, like, we're doing a sequel to an iconic story like this, Marvel's
like, what do you mean? We're like 40 years later.
Well, dude, when they did this is more of a recent one, but like Civil War 2. I know, we all know they were trying to market Civil War the movie, but it's like, what, like, we already treaded this.
Civil War 2 had nothing to do with Civil War the movie, or the first Civil War, really, for that matter.
This is, I know I go on about Blood Hunt a lot, but that event also ended in nothing. It had Carol and Tony going on each other, like, oh, anti-reg, pre-reg, and if you guys remember, it was all centered on that new Inhuman who could, like, see the future perfectly. He didn't understand what he was seeing. Like, he would see one chunk of it, but it was perfect. Like, it was a photograph, it was a video. And that was what kicked it all off. He had a vision of Miles standing over Captain America's body, holding him like, I've won. And that's what kicked off everything. Later turned out that was, Hydra Cap. So, blah, 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 blah. That's how it all worked out. But that Inhuman, at the end of that event, I think Marvel realized, like, oh, this is too strong. Like, this is too powerful of a thing. We can't work with him. The last, like, 4 pages of Civil War, whatever, the like Inhuman gods show up and they're like, you have a greater destiny. And they, like, take him and ascend.
He's been nowhere since.
That's what I was going to hit it with. Literally never shown up again. Like,
never seen again.
Not mentioned, not
Wasn't
seen.
That also, didn't Carol also kill Tony in that event?
Yes.
Or am I misremembering?
No, she did. And that was the big drama point, right? Like, in the first one, it was Pete taking off his mask.
That was when they introduced Riri.
You've got it. Because Tony went
Tony's
like digital.
Dead, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and he was just this AI, and then she still his. Yeah,
Andrew,
that was like
I'm not. We don't
I'm
need to get.
Not a fan of the first Civil War, but the second Civil War was just complete ass.
I'm only a fan of the first Civil War. One, that, like, is peak Steve McNiven art. I remember, like, reading that as a kid, and I was like, that is what I want to do. He's fallen off really hard since then. I think it's I think it's a colorist curse, the same thing that happened to Sarah Pichelli.
Mm.
But he like that the art in Civil War 1 always just blows me away. And I liked it. I think I like it just because it's one of those ones I read when I was getting back into comic books. I acknowledge it's
fair.
not particularly great, right? Like it's really,
It's
really
not
stupid.
my type. There are a lot of people that really love that type of comic art. It's not my style.
The like hyper.
I just don't got. It's kind of
Really?
like
You don't like.
hyper-realism.
You don't like.
It-
I would have honestly.
It's
thought you'd have liked
hyper-realism,
that.
but also super simplistic. So I'll compare it to like, okay, so
Where's my
you've
folder?
got him, right? But then you've got somebody like, say, and I swear this is actually from their DC work and not from the fact that they're doing work at the Rippaverse right now. Will Conrad and Jack Herbert, where
Conrad.
their work is it slants more towards the realism,
Uh-huh.
at least in terms of like proportions and things like that. But it's still like a tier below that realism bit where for me it still feels more comic booky. And to your point, maybe it's a coloring issue. The coloring in Civil War throws it off for me, and it's possible that that's why I don't like the art as much. I'm certainly not the type of person to say that he's a bad artist because he's not. It's just not the type of art that would sell a comic book for me. If you're like, oh, Steve Buscemi's on the art, I'd be like, okay.
See, that's so wild.
I wouldn't say ew. I'd just be like,
right.
okay.
See, that's really why I would
At
have.
that point, I'd be like, who's writing it?
I'm just genuinely so. I would have definitely put this in the realm of the art you like. We don't have to get into it. Because this gets into things you and I talk about every day and our little intricacies. But now I'm just like genuinely like, wow. I thought this would have been a hit for you. Not that it matters. It's all a matter
There
of
are
opinion.
some
I'm
panels
just like,
and pages that are like really cool for sure, but there are other where like it's just like I don't know. It doesn't feel as much like a comic book for me.
I feel that.
Points. But it's still a decent book. It's just I hate the hero versus hero trope. And so Civil War is literally hero versus hero to the max, and not in kind of the stupid dorky fun way that like DC versus Marvel was, right? Where it's like, okay, we know this is retarded and it's deliberate, right? Like we're not trying to be taken seriously here.
Yeah. Like we are in this for the fun. Don't take this
seriously. Like that panel is one of the ones I'm talking about right there. Like that, I actually like that panel of Peter, though I hated the fact that he was revealing himself at Tony's behest. Like that's a whole other thing. There are some panels. There are probably honestly more panels that I enjoy than I don't, but there are just some where it just sticks out to me of like it this goes back to what we were talking about, I think yesterday or the day before in Discord, where it creeps into that uncanny valley realm. There are some panels, and when an artist starts to creep into the uncanny valley for comic books, for me, when it's not a very deliberately stylized like one-off graphic novel, when you're doing that with like
I know what you mean.
DC
Yeah, like
Marvel
the premiere things they used to do back in the day or whatever.
Yeah, when you're
Yeah.
handling DC or Marvel characters, these iconic characters that have been around, for decades upon decades, some of them going on a century almost. When you start to creep into the uncanny valley, for me, that's where I'm like, I don't like that at all.
Oh no, I
to be fair,
completely
I know what
fair.
I am when it comes to comic book art. I'm kind of a snob in the
No,
respect that
not
like
even.
I'm always down with the house art style, like our freaking Chichetto right now, our boy over on Uncanny X-Men when he's drawing it, Jimenez, Mora, things like that. Like I'm all about those styles, and I'm all about like the super stylized 90s guys that can bring to life the 90s flair while maintaining a level of artistic integrity. There are guys out there that can do that, and you look at that and you're like, they were influenced by 90s artists, but they're doing it better.
Clone Geek, I think that's so funny. I'm pretty sure Salvador LaRocca was one of the people we were talking about. I genuinely think that's who
I think so.
Because and like Andrew said, we've been talking lately about you can stylize people or you can go hyper realistic, but if you don't go full enough, it's going to make you go, what am I reading? What book was it that we were talking about? What was it that I wish I could remember, because that was one where we were both like, yeah, this isn't great for us. Like we were not, It was a book from last week.
I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, I know
I know what you're
'cause,
talking about.
yeah,
I'm skipping. My brain is skipping on what it was.
No, you're not. No,
Oh, it was-
nope. Oh, wait. Well, I don't
It
know if
was
this
Mike
is it.
Dotto.
Oh, was it Deodato?
We were
I
talking
thought
about. Well, we were talking about his cover on Flash.
yep.
Um,
That
where
is where
like
we were.
with comic art, if you're drawing all of the teeth, you're doing it wrong.
That
For
yeah,
me.
that is what. Oh, right. It's that really ugly.
And Steve Dillon type of and
that's who it was. Yep.
And there are people who love that art, and no disrespect to them. I'm not saying that those people
No.
are bad
This
artists.
is just
at all.
our
I'm saying
taste. This is our taste.
This is a subjective thing. That's not my type of comic book art. That's not what I lean towards. There are probably stories and characters that works extremely well with, and I know that there are actually. I know. I'm not saying it's not probably. It's a fact that there are.
Yeah, there.
But
It does.
when you do that with like superheroes and stuff, it mucks with it too much for me.
No, I agree with that. It's sort of we've been talking about this off and on our own shows and everything, but it's the same thing with video games, right? Like we've gotten to the point where everything being hyper realistic looks really bad, and so we've got to start going to like stylization if we really want anybody to move forward, right? So this is what we were talking about. This is what got us on that topic of conversation the other night.
Oh, that's right, from last week.
Well, that's where we got there.
Batman.
Was Absolute Batman is how we got on the topic. But this is the cover where you and I were like, "What is happening here?" Like, oh no,
no, that's not even
this
the one.
isn't it.
This isn't even it. Busting through the glass.
Oh my gosh, this
One where
isn't
he's busting
even
through
it.
the glass.
I know.
We're like the composition was
I thought
really
that was it.
freaking cool, but the way that he did the exposed part of the face and the teeth just bugged the absolute crap out of me.
Well, as
It's
we'll
just not
show
my jam.
everybody, it's like he's smiling, maybe like half smiling, like underbite smiling. It's very off-putting. Okay, here
I'm
it
not
is.
sure.
Now I have it. Grab that. Go to the right window.
It's not what I gravitate towards when it comes to comic book art.
No.
It's certainly not when it comes to your mainstream superheroes.
I do like that
quick,
he
quick update. I know I said I wasn't going to make this a Rippaverse stream.
Yes,
but,
this
quick
is our
Rippaverse
stream.
update.
You talk Rippaverse. I'm going to talk about Jubilee for 500 years. This is what we do.
That's not a fair trade, man. That is not a fair trade at all. Zalen, What Kills Must Die, just hit 7,000 books sold.
Whoa!
And this is a cosmic hero, guys. Typically,
brand new
traditionally,
cosmic hero.
Yeah, from a 3-year-old comic book company. Cosmic books don't traditionally do very well, right?
Which is so sad. It is
sad because it's a cool thing conceptually. But man, God bless Chuck Dixon and Joe Bennett. Zalen has sold 7,000 books.
Look at that. We're not even updated yet. That's crazy. And we've still got 11 days to go, guys. 11 days to get your Zalen. And also your art of Joe Bennett, which just always get art books.
I will say, like, all of the books that Joe Bennett has been on so far are beautiful. But let me tell you, as somebody who really loves seeing just raw line art, like right here, I've got, the freaking Marvel art of Michael Turner up on the top.
Were you reading that recently? That's like the third time this week you brought it up.
Yeah, actually I was. And then up there, I've got the DC art of Michael Turner. And I love seeing just raw pencil work, because then you're seeing kind of just a pure, unadulterated, despite no matter how talented the inker and the colorist may be, you're seeing what the original, like, bringing to life the writer's thoughts are on the page from the perspective of the artist. And I absolutely love seeing that.
The Bloodruth black and white.
The black and white one, for sure. Yeah.
I know you and I don't know if we talked about this on the show, but you and I were like really a fan of the fact that they did the first 3 Absolute issues. They did the black and white, or like the noir.
Oh yeah, they released they released the noir printings of those, which is super cool.
We're still not the biggest fan of whoever that is on Wonder Woman, but even the other 2 books, like Sim Sandoval's pencils and even Dragota's pencils for Batman specifically, like
Rafa Sandoval is
the man is so. I hate.
He's so good.
He makes me so mad.
Like he is. I'm already and I can't believe I'm saying this. I think I mentioned this last week. My favorite of the absolute trinity is the Superman book.
Yeah.
And Jason Aaron is like, as much as he's about as hit or miss as any writer in mainstream comics can be hit or miss.
Like,
But
I still
man,
have
I am
trauma
loving absolute Superman.
I still have PTSD from his Avengers run, right? And that was at this point, that's like 6 years old, and I still can't get over. Here's Monster She-Hulk. Here's the Avengers of 1000 BC. Like, just so stupid. But
just shoot me.
But he's hitting it for some reason here. It's just one of those. We talk about it. We were talking about it earlier. Some people they just have the right story, right? Aaron might have been.
Some people just have a really
and...
good story for one particular thing or another, and they don't for another one. And right now, he's got a really good story to go on with Superman and the Absolute Universe, and I'm really enjoying it.
But yeah, guys, go get your classic Zalen cover. Like, I know I gush about these, but I love classic comic book covers, and Rippa's the only one doing them, and they do them right. Like they actually remember the spirit of what it's supposed to do. And
we've got our comic code thing for our Rippaverse comic code. We've got the frickin', the different blurbs on the front.
Well, you've got the I don't want to say it's stupid. I'm mad because that Dan Mora art is just being used for them, but the like box at the this
oh
thing,
yeah, the box with
like
you've got the character in there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and then just like the most powerful, just like really, you gotta sell, you gotta be over the top, and it's just even got some Kirby Crackle elements in there. I love these covers. They're the best. So go grab them. Comics are doing great. If we ever get any other Rippa updates, you'll be the first to know. If you're watching this show when a Rippa update happens, you will know, even if I have to drag it out of Andrew because he's being too modest. Let's see. Before we get into comics, I did see there was one quick question I did want to hit from our boy Subhuman. We didn't forget you, buddy. I was just waiting for a good spot. First off, he says, I have a Detective Comics 644 that I want Chuck to sign. Let's see, which one is that? I could not tell you off the top of my head.
That's one of those things, and this is so Mav and I, Spencer and I, are pretty knowledgeable about comic books. There are people who will not consider you a true comic book fan if you can't name every single number of something in a comic book. And let me tell you, I can't do that.
No,
I forget it on the regular. I can recall certain Hallmark ones, like obviously Amazing Fantasy 15 and all of that, but like I couldn't tell you the entry point for a lot of characters.
I could not tell you.
I'm bad at remembering numbers.
I couldn't tell you where Bane breaks Batman's back, right? Like, I know the arc, I know the years, I know the writer.
It's a seminal issue, and I love the book. I love that arc. I love the writer. But I just can't remember the number because I'm bad at remembering numbers.
But like, to our credit, at least, like, you and I can, or to your point, like, you and I can go, oh, I remember this moment happened in this volume, in this run, around here. But even
I can tell you what, like, when it's collected in trade format, if it's numbered, I can tell you that. But I can't remember individual issues for most things.
And yeah, like, to Andrew's point, because of that, if we couldn't tell you, Detective 644 is the issue where Electric City starts, we would be, you're irrelevant. And again, the stereotypes that exist for, unfortunately, every group, every demographic, they do apply in some cases to the most extreme, like, fringe cases. So when they make fun of, comic book nerds for being, tell me what, like, color Mary Jane's underwear was in Amazing 602.
What the hell?
Right? Like, most of us aren't like that, but there exists like that 1% of people who will be like that. So
I'm sure there's somebody out there actually that probably unironically says that exact thing that you said in jest.
I'm 100% certain I probably picked that up out of the ether. Yeah.
Not disturbing at all.
All right. So, but the main thing I wanted to bring up from Sub, and we will try not to, I don't think we will spend a lot of time on it. This is really sort of a quick hit thing, but Subhuman says, so, the Fantastic Four trailer. Andrew, have you watched the Fantastic Four trailer?
The one that just dropped today?
Just today.
Or yesterday?
Or yeah, whenever it was. The
I haven't-
brand newest one.
Yeah, it was either today or yesterday or last night or whatever that it dropped. I haven't watched, and to be honest, it's because I'm not really interested. Like that first
I know,
teaser
yeah.
that they did, the first teaser that they did, I was like, okay, aesthetically, I kind of dig it with because the era is cool.
I do
right?
really like the
There's
retrofuturism.
there's a certain era when you're dealing with the retrofuturism stuff, like aesthetically, there's just a lot of stuff that looks really cool. But I gotta say, like, I'm not down with the castings on anyone.
I
guess-
actually like
I
Johnny
guess-
and Ben. I actually like Johnny and Ben, not Reed and Sue.
Like, I'll give them credit. At least they didn't pull a freaking fan four stick with Johnny.
I mean, they pulled it with Reed.
Yeah, but like, yeah, Reed. Like, I'm sorry, Pedro Pascal. He's a decent actor, but like, he does
He's not
not
Reed.
look. He doesn't look like Reed at all. The guy that they got for Johnny, maybe it's a matter of the makeup and the hairstyle that they're doing. It just doesn't feel like Johnny to me. And that's not even going into what they've already said out loud, what they're doing with his character. And I'm like, all right, okay, so we're just not doing Johnny.
I actually think that entire thing about, so what Andrew is referring to is, you know, the actor for Johnny, Joseph Quinn, I believe his name is. He came out and they're like, we're trying to move Johnny away from like the womanizing aspect of his character. And I think, to me, what I think that means is more, since this is going up against like the 1950s, and if you go look at a lot of the old original like Fantastic Four comics, they had that like 60s era's, you know, sexism in it. I don't think they're going to make him not like, you know, flirty and hitting on people, because he's still that in the comics to this day. Like
I was going to say,
yeah,
that's my read of it. And maybe it's an incorrect read, but I think that would be, I would put that a little more on them in terms of the verbiage that they've been using.
Oh, no, a 1,000%. I'm not,
it comes
1,000%.
like he's not even going to be the flirty kind of playboy Johnny that he was, and kind of like started to but never truly grew out of. Like, that's part of his character. Like, he's never he's been one of those characters that, like, you've had other characters who like they matured and grew out of that and they settled down, or like they at least like kind of leveled out. But Johnny's kind of always remained kind of the fun, spunky, you know, guy and flirty, you know, and that's part of his charm. And it has to be that way, at least to a degree, because of the team composition that he's set within.
Yep.
Because of the personalities of the other characters in the team. Because you got Reed, who's stiff as a board. You got Sue, who honestly isn't much less of a stiff board.
She's still, as somebody, so I have 4 sisters. I am the, oh, hey, what's going on? WCBS, hey, look at that. We auto-played over to Jeff. How's it going, guys?
Oh, hell yeah.
I love when that happens.
Fantastic Four.
Fantastic Four. Fantastic 2 right now. Let's see. What will I land it on? We'll just leave it on. Hi, Herbie. You're cool. I like Herbie. Oh well, I missed it. But no, so, like, I have 4 sisters. I'm the middle child. I know a stick in the mud like woman. She's a stick in the mud woman. Like, I know it. And yeah, she's a little less than Reed, but to your point about like Johnny's character, you have like, I'm Reed. I am sort of like the I'm your Howard Hughes. You're supposed to like look up to me. I'm the figurehead of the 4. And so you have Johnny being like, well, like if he gets chastised by him, we get it. It's like, you know, if you're fooling around in school and your teacher says be quiet, we go, okay, loser or whatever. But if our friend, like our best friend went, hey, Andrew, like, you got to chill. That's when we go, oh, I'm actually maybe like really going over the top. And that's Sue to Johnny, right? And like, yeah. And she's willing to allow it, but she's more of the, if Reed is super like,
she's kind of teen mom.
That's exactly kind of what I was angling at. Like, if Reed says no, she goes, just don't tell your father, right? Like go, you can have that candy, just don't tell your father. But if you start, you know, running up to her and going, you gave me candy earlier, can I have, like, give me more candy now? She's going to go, absolutely not. Like, now you don't get candy for 3 years or whatever. Like, go to your room.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I still hope it's good as a movie.
Yes.
But just the casting composition and what we're hearing about it story-wise, and to be fair, it wouldn't necessarily be the first time or unheard of for people who are promoting a film to say, "Oh, we're doing this thing or we're going in this direction with these characters," and then you watch the movie and you're like, "They didn't do that at all."
Right.
Like the D&D movie. Like
I don't even remember. What did they say?
they said what is it? The writers and directors, or maybe it was just the director, they were doing an interview, and I think maybe it was Variety. It was with one of those mainstream,
Yeah.
publications, and they said, "Oh, like we really love writing stories where we get to emasculate a main male character and things like that," and just saying genuinely stupid things where it's like, why would you say that when
And
the primary demographic for D&D is a male audience? And then I watched the movie and it's not there. It's not in there at all.
This is where well, first, before I make my point, I just noticed Subhuman said this, and everything makes more sense. 644, that's the first issue of Chuck's run on Batman. That makes more sense. Okay. Because I was like, Electric City? What the hell is Electric City? I don't... Huh? What storyline are we doing here? But that's awesome, Sub. If you got like the first issue of his Batman run, his DC start, if you will, signed by Chuck, that would be fantastic. So back to what you were saying, Andrew, with that D&D movie. Now I remember what you were saying. Yeah, he was like, we get to emasculate him, and they use that specific verbiage. And
yeah,
to what you were saying,
it's very clear verbiage, but then if you watch the movie, it's just not there.
And this is
so
where
they shot themselves in the foot.
They did shoot themselves in the foot, and that's where, at least on a personal end, I'm not gonna go out and say, it was a mistake. Don't well, I will say how do I put this? Yes, they shot themselves in the foot. Them using that specific verbiage was all on them, and I'm not going to defend that, because you bring out any sort of that language in anything, you're going to instantly turn off not just like men, but like most sane people who are watching or whatever. Where I get, or where my like stumble is I think these people, when they're talking, like these actors, these directors, I just think they don't know what the hell they're trying to say. Because he says, I want to emasculate these characters. Ugh, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see a guy like, turned into a wuss, or all things manly being made fun of, or anything like that. Like, what are we talking about here? I don't want to see a big buff, Loxodon barbarian turned into a Tea Party host or whatever, right? I do want to see a certain elf buried in the ground forever. I'm never letting him get revived after ruining our quest. But if you watch the movie, Chris Pine's
Shout out to Mary for being a great
DM.
DM.
Seriously. I was thinking about that campaign like yesterday, and I was just like, I hate that little bastard so much. Perfect wine hiccup, by the way. That was like perfect timing.
Yeah.
They say that, you go watch the movie, and what you get is more of Chris Pine being goofy, right? Like, he's still a guy, he's still a man, but he's goofy. And I think that's what they were trying to say, is like, we're gonna, you think of Dungeons and Dragons or like fantasy setting as super, super serious, pick up the Mystic Blade, we have to go
Not
slay.
if it's a bard, I don't. And that's exactly what Chris Pine's character was. He was the bard.
And that's what I think they were going for. And I just think they completely don't know. They don't know the right words to use. B, I think they're getting fed that line probably from the studio or a publicist or something.
Oh, sure.
And C, I think they don't have a lot of, like, unfortunately, they don't have a lot of time to like explain. So if he drops that, like, I want to emasculate them, nobody's really going to press him on like, what do you mean by that? Do you want to expand on that? He's going to have to go to the next question. Again, not a full excuse, but that's where I'm still hopeful for Johnny. Because remember, we even went like a year, maybe less than a year ago, there was that whole hubbub around him hooking up with the alien, right? And in the comic at the time, even everybody was like, yep, that's Johnny. Like, that's what he does. So I think that's what they're going for. And as someone, I recently went back and read a couple classic Fantastic Four issues, because I was looking up stuff about Sue's Malice form, and then I kind of got like taken by the art, so I went back to like the original Kirby days. And there are moments where like it was the times, but Johnny's like, beat it, chick, like the guys are talking or whatever, and it's like, okay, that's the stuff where we should probably angle away from it. And I think that's what they mean, but they just aren't connecting it there. Like you aren't wrong to feel it. I'm coping probably, because overall, I'm gonna admit this. I will fully take my licks when this turns out bad. I watched this trailer and I went, oh, I'm actually kind of interested in it now. So like Andrew said, this retrofuturism, I love it. We don't really get to play with it a lot anymore, and we also don't get to play a lot with utopian technology, right? Like a lot of our media nowadays is like, we technologically advance and now we're all in pods, or now we're all dying, or now we're all Blade Runners or whatever. And so I like that. Like, I like the hope. I like that optimism. It's sort of the like a look into the world we never got. And I truly do appreciate that. I was right there with you on, like I said, casting wise, definitely not a big fan of Pedro as Reed. From the moment they said it, from the moment it was rumored, I was like, you guys are lazy, you're desperate, and you probably just went, who's popular right now? Google, like intern, Google popular actor. Oh, we already have him? Great. Put him as our lead. People love Mandalorian, right? Like, they'll love this. And Vanessa Kirby's a good actress, and I like her overall.
I think I like her as an actress. I don't think she's a good cast for Sue.
I don't think she's at least like visually. I think there are some moments in here where she carries herself like a Sue, but just visually, she's too...
Still doesn't pull it off visually, yeah.
No, she feels too much like an actual mom, like an older...
Yeah.
Like I am talking to my mom when I was like 14, right? Like that's what it feels like. And
I also love how they put no effort into making Pedro Pascal look anything like Reed.
They barely
they
barely brushed his side with like
they kept this
white.
Stupid mustache that he always has.
I think
right?
they're trying to go for the Howard Hughes thing with that. I think that's supposed to be intentional. I don't like it, but I think they've come out and said that's what we're trying for.
I can see that, but I don't like it at all.
No, I don't like it either.
Reed Richards is either clean shaven or he's got the full beard.
The full Marvel Rivals beard. Yes,
that's it.
Again, guys, shout out to our boy Richard Parker. He's probably like Reed's got to be some level of autistic. So he's like, we see it in the comics, right? He's so focused on his work, he's not doing anything else. So when he gets a beard, he's not shaving it and trimming it, right? Like that's time you could spend in the lab. It's either all, and that's because he forgot time. Like, oh, snap, I didn't know I was here for a week. Or it's clean shaven because he finally remembered.
Yeah.
I also admit with Sue, I have tricked myself. I have psyoped myself. I've told you this before. But ever since the MCU started, and I've done like, people go, who do you want to see? Da, 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 da. I've always wanted to see the mom from Modern Family be Sue Storm. Like, I always thought she the love interest from Happy Gilmore, if you want to go that far back. I'm like blanking on her name. It's like Claire. No, that's her character in the that's her character in the show. What is her name? Julie Bowen. That's who it is. I always wanted her to be Sue. And so like when it didn't happen, I think I've still just got that resentment. So I acknowledge that's on my end. But
yeah, sure.
In terms of Ben, I don't really have anything to say because he's a CG guy. We haven't really seen him do anything. I will give a shout out to his actor, like Ibrahim Moshe. He's got like a long Jewish name. I have no idea how to pronounce it. I asked my sisters. They told me, couldn't tell. Like I totally blanked on it. But he gave an interview earlier this week to Variety, and they're talking about, tell us about your process. Tell us about what you did. And he straight up was like, oh, so I went back and I read the comics that Kirby wrote and all the stuff that Kirby, and he like kind of, for those of you who don't know, at least when it comes to the Fantastic Four, Stan helped, but it's very much a Bill Finger, Bob Kane situation just with that book, right? Like Stan was there, he gave some dialogue, but a lot of those ideas, the visuals, the concept, that was all Kirby. Unfortunately, with the way history works, Stan became the Marvel figurehead. His name, popped to the top. And so a lot of people always go, Stan. So I was like,
yeah, it's only Stan. That's not to say that he didn't contribute a lot, but it wasn't just him.
We got to shout out Kirby. So I was like, all right, like I can give you that. In terms of Johnny, I am right there with you. Or let me put it this way. I was right there with you. I didn't like this guy's, like, all the stills of him make him look like, even like, watch right here. When I pause it, not that. Oh, I'm going all over the place. Like I pause it right here. Anytime you get a still frame of him, he seems to be like a scared puppy dog, right? Like really like I'm gonna do
Johnny
this.
Storm's supposed to be kind of a heartthrob.
Well, he's supposed to be a heartthrob. He's supposed to be super, cocky. He's not supposed to be
arrogant to his own undoing.
Exactly. And the only time he really does get this vulnerable is when things implode, right? Like when he's about to die in the negative zone, or when Doom is about to rewrite the entire planet. So
yeah,
I definitely got that. I will say in this trailer, if you watch it and you see him like in motion and talking, very much feels more like Johnny. Like, and that's where I'm coming with this trailer, is like, I'm still yet to be convinced, but he had more of that excited energy in the trailer. So we'll see where he comes with that. But more to the point, the things that make, so yeah, the retrofuturism makes me excited. I'll admit there's some things here in the writing that are making me hopeful. So right here, Andrew, the four are about to go presumably up into space to meet Galactus. And there's a bunch of press people, and they go like, are we safe? Like, are you going to save us? And Reed here, he turns around and he goes, I don't know. And it's like very frank. And I'm like, that's a pretty like, I was like, okay, I'm behind this. Like he's going to try, but he's a scientist. He knows that he's going to give it his best shot. So there's that. This shot, I like this. I'm going to give it to Marvel here. The prop design, the set design, everything. I'm liking this. Maybe
the set design's great.
Yeah.
The set design's great.
Maybe not
I'm
where
here for that.
I noticed this and I don't really like it. But this is sort of just a minor Marvel lines level complaint. It looks like they're trying to do a thing where like each member has the white on the neck, like extends further for each member as you go down the line. Cause like Reed's got none. Sue's got it on the top, like her old 90s costume. Ben, it goes down to his like elbow, and then Johnny's goes down to like his forearm. And I'm like, I don't know what that is. Kind of stupid. I like it on Sue because that's her classic costume. So there's that. I really, really liked that we are, is it right here? Or, oh yeah. So this shot, like they gave Reed stretchy powers, and this shot got me. Credit to them. Like, remember with Miss Marvel, they were like, we can't do stretchy powers because it'll look weird. It's not iconic or whatever. And here we go. We got Reed. So
look, I'll be the first to say stretchy powers are not my favorite thing in the world, but like at least this shot right here is a good shot. I'll give them that.
They're not my favorite in the world, but they're one of those power sets where you've got to show it to me, right? Like you can't just say, for example, if you and I are hanging out and somebody comes up to us and says, hey, I have a speedster character. You and I are going to go, we like speedsters. Let's go into it. Let's see what you got. With a stretchy guy, I would go, that's cool. You like, why am I coming into your, like, you got to show me why I should be really interested past he's a stretchy guy. Like, show me you're using it in a creative way and not just, I can grow tall or whatever. Right. So
sure.
I liked that. Guys, like, again, this is my consumerism, I guess, but this like Galactus shot of him like walking and he's giant, like that's all I've ever wanted from Galactus. I've only ever wanted to see like giant walking, hulking.
You don't just
Galactus.
want a cloud in the sky?
I want a cloud in the sky when it combines with actual Galactus, like they did in Ultimate, the first Ultimate universe or whatever.
Yeah.
So overall, those are the points. So I just wanted to highlight those because those are the points that give me a little bit of hope. But overall, the biggest thing that makes me go, oh, they might be actually putting effort into this. This trailer is one of the few Hollywood trailers in general over the last 7-10 years that doesn't feature a minor key cover of a pop song, right? Like, remember Age of Ultron? I think that like kicked it off, where they did the no string, the Pinocchio cover, and now every movie does that. This doesn't. Like, all the music here is orchestral, like made for the movie, and I was shocked. And that alone made me go, I'm open now. Like I'm not sold, but you have a better chance now.
Sure. I'll be right back, and then we'll get into
of course,
some comics.
Yes, we will. Perfect jump point, but I can wrap here. Oh yeah, can't forget Steve Ditko. I wish Ditko got a lot more credit in general over at Marvel. The problem is, since he was the guy who took over after like Kirby on a lot of stuff, people forget. Even though like Ditko Spider-Man, right? Like that's the one most of us remember. Side note, like just speaking of Ditko Spider-Man, I don't know about you guys, but that's how I always imagine like an older Peter. Like he's the Ditko style where he's got like the longer hair, you know, curls coming down, sort of shaggy sideburns. It's very 70s chic, probably 70s hippie, but it was pretty cool. Like I always thought that was a Chad moment for our boy Peter, and he doesn't get a lot anymore. Oh yeah, and guys, obviously I can't believe I forgot to talk about the elephant in the room, but yeah, we got the reveal of Julia Garner as Silver Surfer. Still don't like it. I understand it more, or how do I put this? I can accept this one slightly more because technically, yes, the Shala Ball female version of Silver Surfer did exist in the comics, like way back in the 90s. Yes, she's from an alternate universe, and thematically I can get that, like that maybe they'll do that, you know, because we know the Fantastic Four are in a different universe, so maybe they'll go to the main MCU, and once they're there, pardon me, they'll like see the real Silver Surfer, and that'll be one of the things that shows them like, whoa, it's all different or whatever. That aside, I still don't like the fact that we are getting a female Silver Surfer, because I was actually thinking about this earlier today, specifically with Silver Surfer. This is a character that actually has a giant pop culture footprint, right? For those of you who don't know, Silver Surfer was mad popular back in like the 70s and 80s, and he inspired multiple like musicians, multiple prog rock albums. Like he was everywhere. He was on like glow light posters. If you were into that more esoteric side of life, you know, the hippie lifestyle, the drug lifestyle, you knew Silver Surfer. The funk lifestyle, you knew Silver Surfer. And so it really bugs me that Marvel, DC, all of them, they keep doing this thing where here's this big character that everybody has probably been waiting for. We're going to gender swap him. And I get it. We all know the reasons. It's marketing, it's blah, or virtue signal marketing, if you will, blah, blah, blah. But it doesn't change the fact that, like, how many people, aside from just us comic dorks, wanted to see Silver Surfer? Like, I'm sure there's probably some 70-year-old like Deadhead, right? Like Grateful Dead fan sitting in his garage going, oh, I just heard there's a new Fantastic Four movie with the Silver Surfer. And his friends go, yeah, it's not him. And you go,
Silver Surfer's an iconic character.
That's what I was saying. I didn't know if you had your headphones in, but
I did.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like we don't really think of him a lot because he is it's very like subculture popular, right? Like I was saying, like it's the hippies, the artists, like that's sort of where his niche was rather than the big mainstream. But how do I put this? This is sort of another example of what I like to point out, which is there are markets out there and like demographics and worlds of media that we can't even begin to imagine, right? Like, sure. For example, the one I always bring up is look at like NBC. Like Blue Bloods goes for like 14 seasons. 911 is like 22 seasons in. Yeah. Grey's Anatomy is on like 36. Who's watching this?
Holy crap!
I'm not even kidding, dude. And I felt
that show's still going.
It's still going, and I feel really, really, really bad. Don't worry, we're not going to go too far into this. But the lead actress or whatever, she came out the other day, and because it got renewed, somebody was talking to her in an interview and said, like, would you ever when are you going to step away from Grey's Anatomy? Because she's been in it for all of it, and she went, I'm not going to step away because why would I let them profit off of like all of my hard work? I am like, she wasn't being like cocky about it. She's like, my character is the show. Like, no, like I'm going to be here until it ends. And I was like, good for you. But also that's got to like be soul crushing for like your artistic.
And like that's the only thing you do for your entire career. But then again, like TV actors, depending on how frequently it's syndicated, and where and the TV deals that are made, like TV actors can make some good money. And so and that's,
especially
if you take into account if you got like good if you got like good royalty deals and things like that, so whenever reruns are aired and whatnot, like you don't have to work another day in your life beyond just like filming the next episode, right? And that's it.
There is that, but then
okay,
like, so I don't feel bad for her in terms of like money. Yeah, she's going to be able to do whatever. But as an
Creatively,
artist,
I feel like I'd want to be able to do other things.
That's the thing. I think we talked about it either on this show or I talked about it on another one, but the Marvels director, Nia DaCosta, she was giving a talk at like a filmmakers summit the other weekend, and people asked her like, what was your experience like working with Marvel? And she was very amicable. She was, clearly didn't want to burn the bridge, but you could tell she was like,
Sure.
The version that went out wasn't the one I shot or the one I wrote. Like I had to learn that really very early on. And then she gave an anecdote how on the set of the Marvels, she was texting Daniel Destin Cretton, the guy who did Shang-Chi, and he's doing Spider-Man and I think one of the Avengers. She was texting him and was like, I fucking hate this. Like this sucks. Like I hate Disney. I'm so upset. And then after Marvel's wrapped, she immediately texted her like production company. Like I guess she has a very, very small fledgling like production company. It's like her and 2 other people. And she was like, we need to, that movie I've been trying to get off the ground for like 10 years. We're making that next. No questions asked, no budget, like barriers. I'm so unfulfilled on this set right now. And I'm like, ooh, that's so brutal. I get it.
Well, something that
but
so those of you who also watch myself and Jeff and Script over on the High Council every Tuesday night at 8 Central, Script very often will comment on how if you are a director or a writer for a Disney project, whether it's MCU or anything else,
they're copying us.
They will hamstring you like heavily. And that's not to say that like a lot of these writers and directors aren't ideologues themselves and things like that, but it's also entirely possible that 2 things are true at once, and they're ideologues, but also they might actually be able to still tell a good story with that stuff removed. However, Disney is specifically, so what works with how it works with the MCU is it's basically assignment writing. They tell you what to write.
It's really bad.
And then they have their people do the cutting. Right. So
and they've before you even
surprised me at all.
And before like you even hit before you even hit go. We keep hitting the same pause like let go like point. You go. What were you saying?
No, I was just saying that like what you shoot is not what that final cut is going to be, even more so than what you would expect from basically any other studio, because Disney has their own people going and they cut it to smithereens compared to what you shot.
They cut it to smithereens, and never forget that like a lot of all that action stuff, that's all by the time like if Feige went up to Andrew tomorrow and was like, Andrew, do you want to do an Emma Frost movie? And Andrew said, fuck yeah, I want to do an Emma Frost movie. And then let's just say like Saturday, he goes into the office down in where are they now? They're in Burbank now, aren't they? I think isn't that where everybody moved like a few years ago, like DC and Marvel? I think they did that big old huge move.
I think everybody's down in Burbank now.
I think so, because that's where all the movies, like that's where Warner and Disney are, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
But if they went up to Andrew and Andrew said, yeah, let's do this, he goes to that first meeting Saturday in Burbank, and he goes, I've got all of these ideas. Here's this really cool, I want to have Emma explore her time as the Hellfire, then I want to see her sort of take a young mutant under her wing, and that'll be her sort of like Leon the Professional sort of Matilda. Make it Calico, if we will. You're not doing anything with her, let's bring her into the mainstream. And then like Andrew would be so excited, and then he'd be like, oh, and I have the scene where Emma fights like Sebastian Shaw or blah blah blah, and they would go, whoa, we've already done that. Like by the time Andrew
they've already got an outline of what they want written.
They've already got an outline of what they want written, and in terms of the action scenes, by the time Andrew is sitting in that chair, they're already like 2 or 3 months in on CGIing everything. Like it's already going. So yeah, it's creatively stifling. It's gotta be.
It's anti-creativity.
And you guys can see it too. I think Andrew and I have talked about this, but go look at the, phase 1, early parts of phase 2, when it was very, Universal still had a say, and they were letting the directors speak for themselves. You had Kenneth Branagh doing a Thor movie. Like, what the hell? He has the most generic name in the world. The guy who did Rocketeer and did Captain America. It's like Joe Smith or something.
Yeah.
And I
Captain America: The First Avenger is a great movie.
Yeah, exactly. And that guy was allowed to like you know, do what he wanted to do, and that's
Yeah,
why
he was
all
just
those
kind of
movies
allowed
are
to make a good movie.
right. But now we talk about this a lot. Once it got super corporate and super popular, Marvel went, oh, we can't take risks anymore because we need these things to be billion-dollar hits. So that's why everything is sanded off. That's why random
And ironically,
characters.
none of them are anymore.
Oh my god, Deadpool and Wolverine was like the last hurrah, and
That-
I was right. They're taking the wrong lessons from it. They're just going, let's go full multiverse, and it's like that's not what we wanted. That isn't what we wanted.
Yes, yeah, we just wanted something fun. That's not what you're doing now.
Yeah. And then, yeah, Sakuramita says the fact they didn't re-release a comic where a character's time as Silver Surfer is even more confusing. To translate that, yes, they aren't releasing a Silver Surfer comic right now. They aren't there's really no promo going on right now in the comics, which, A, yes, that's surprising because that's what they always do. B, I'm not really against it because you and I talk about this, like, good, don't ruin the synergy. Like, we don't need synergy. It's okay. We don't need them to link up.
You don't need perfect synergy. However, if they were telling stories in the movies that were at least in line with the good comics, and they were promoting the good comics so the good comics could sell even better, right? And maybe even bolster the industry a little bit, right? Get some fresh blood, fresh readers in here. That would be a positive, but that's not what they're doing.
That's a
And they're
really good
not
point.
doing that because they know that the stuff they're putting out in the films are nothing like what's in the comics.
And you know what?
They don't have synergy to fall back on because they're doing things that are nothing like what's in the books.
Okay, I'm like having like a revelation moment right here. Like, I didn't think about that, but I think you are absolutely right because, okay, so in my head, I was going to say to like Sakura's point and to your point about, you know, trying to republish these old stories or whatever, Marvel just launched their own compact edition style thing. They
didn't even promote Infinity War Infinity Gauntlet when Infinity War was coming out. Not really.
Marvel, this is what Marvel does at best. They go, here's the announcement, right? And then they go, here's like a small infographic with 4 books that are like, this is recommended reading. And I remember for Infinity War, the graphic was like Hickman's Infinity, because that had just happened, and that's clearly what it was really based on. Infinity Gauntlet, Infinity War, and then like a random ass Thanos miniseries. Oh, like Jim Starlin's first Thanos miniseries, which is good.
Yeah.
But kind of, it's a great story, and yeah, it's Thanos.
But none of those comics are very close to what the movies were.
None of them are. Like that Thanos one, most of all, is just, oh, it's Thanos. That's really all you've got in common. But so Marvel just did their own compact editions, which are, it's really stupid. I know I've told you this. DC had the perfect blueprint. They said $10 at best for a manga size reprint of a full graphic novel arc, right? Or
these are great.
They're fantastic. Look at that. And they've got so many more coming out of like genuine, to like what Andrew was saying, genuine good stories, right?
Dude, they've got one of my all-time favorite DC stories coming out in one of those compact volumes. Where is it? Where they're combining Superman, Batman volumes 1 and 2. They're combining Public Enemies, and they're combining Return of Supergirl, which I have here both in the come on. I have it here in both the soft cover, and I have the hard cover, and I have the black and white Michael Turner Gallery edition up there on my shelf, and I have it digitally, and I have the individual issues signed, and I have a CGC copy of issue 1, and it's actually issue 7 technically of the run.
Who is that signed? It's not by Turner, unfortunately. Isn't it like the writer that you got or somebody?
No, so the CGC copy is signed by Turner. The individual other issues are signed by Peter Steigerwald.
That's right. That's colorist. What it was. So there's that. You've also got the Bishojo figures. You've got the actual Michael Turner like reprint figures, guys.
Yeah, I've got the figure of his iconic Supergirl sitting over on my my freaking dresser over there, along with my Art Germ DC animated Supergirl. I've got the Emma Frost figure that Mary got for me for Christmas. I've got my Persona, my Overwatch, my League of Legends, my Nier. I got all my figures over there.
Did you get your Xenoblade girls yet? I forget. I know they shipped.
Those haven't come in yet.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't.
No,
sure.
only the one. Only Mithra that's right there.
Yeah,
is on my
guys,
on here right now.
So for the viewers out there, whether you're chatting with us actively or you're watching in the VOD or you're just hanging out, either way, love having you guys. We're happy. We're thankful that you guys wanted to vibe and hang out with us. But to address all of you, this is like, okay, so Andrew loves this specific like arc and yeah, I guess, well, not arc, but like the book, all of the Michael Turner run of that Super Batman, which is like the first 23 issues, I think.
It's episode. Well, no, it's issues. Was it 7 through 13? Is I think what it is.
Yeah, because the first one is
the first one was Public Enemies,
and that's Ed McGuinness, and that is like just one of I love that arc because I love Ed McGuinness.
The storytelling there is fantastic, and the art's a ton of fun. It's not identical to the animated series, but it gives you the same vibe.
It does, yeah. And then we get that was I loved that book by
8 through 13.
In general, that Superman Batman run is just one of the best you'll ever be able to pick up. But yeah, you go from McGuinness and then you go to Turner there. Who's writing that, by the way? I forget.
Jeff Leb.
That's okay. That's what I thought. Back before, I always hate making fun of like
Jeff Leb.
Yeah, like I always hate making fun of him for it because I know that there's a genuine catalyst for it, which is his son died. So I'm always like, I always get torn because like
it's not like he didn't have a breaking point in his personal life that wound up definitely seeping into his work life, and that's a tragedy.
Yeah.
And he does still have some like absolutely iconic stories under his belt. Like that can't be denied.
No, absolutely will never deny. Like I know you're not a big fan of like the art style, but like the storytelling in something like Long Halloween, right? Like
it's kind of considered recommended reading amongst Bat fans.
That like I pulled up earlier. That's if you want Detective Bats, that's going to be one of the top stories that you're always going to hear about.
Yeah.
But
exactly.
Back to the Superman Batman. Andrew is like he loves the story so much. So yes, as he recounted,
I own it in like every possible form.
Well, not only that. So yeah, as he explained, as I was saying, the Compact Comics, they're getting more and more releases every month. DC is picking a lot of iconic stories rather than just like random weird ones. So, Court of Owls, Watchmen, which whatever, we all have 700 copies of that anyway. I see that
unless
at every
you're
bookstore
Andrew, who doesn't own a single copy of
which
Watchmen.
I'm gonna find you like. That just feels like a crime. Like you just got to have one just for like reference,
I've read it,
right? Like,
but I just don't own it.
No, I know. Like I just feel like sort of like how everybody used to have like encyclopedias back in the day in their houses. I feel like
or
you just got to.
Yeah,
exactly. Like I feel like
you're
might
not a real comic book fan if you don't have Watchmen sitting on your coffee table.
Have you? I know you've seen this, but like back in the day, like libraries and universities and sometimes like just big institutions used to have their big like dictionaries and thesauruses on these nice like pedestals sort of like out in public where you could just like walk up to it and look through it and be like, oh, okay. You got to do that with Watchmen. You just got to have like this nice pedestal at all times where somebody can go through and like, comic books, I understand. But more back to the actual things. So yeah, one of them that's coming up is Batman Superman. It's collecting the full run of that Michael Turner. I don't think it's Public Enemies. I think it's just that Michael Turner one. Either way, like Andrew said,
and does it not have Public Enemies in there as well?
I cannot remember.
I thought it was both.
I think it's both. But I am admittedly
the cover is the Michael Turner.
That's what's confusing my brain.
8.
Yeah. So
I'm pretty sure it's both of those first 2 arcs of the Superman Batman run from the early 2000s.
Let's see.
But the cover is Michael Turner's
it's
cover.
It's that iconic like that's like issue 8,
issue
right?
8.
Yeah. Like that's the one where Kara comes back or not comes back. That was actually her like introduction into this canon.
It was kind of a reintroduction, post crisis.
How come nobody wants to tell me?
This was pre-Infinite Crisis too.
This was for it was like
2003
fun little run. Okay. It is doing 1 through 13. So it's getting
so it is
Public Enemies and then the first part, I think, right, of Super, because that's not. Oh no, that's all of it. That's after she goes to
1 through 13 will
Apocalypse
be the whole,
and everything. Yeah,
it'll be that entire Return of Supergirl arc as well as the entire Public Enemies arc.
So everybody go pick it up. $10. These are great. But as Andrew said, because they're releasing it like that, they're combining those first 2 arcs, which normally are released as volume 1 and 2. This volume is going to be called volume 1. So when it got announced, I ran over to Andrew and I was like, dude, check it out. It's happening. And he went, oh, I'm so mad. Like, I'm not getting, like, we're not getting the Supergirl. And I was like, yes, we are. And he was so like, no, volume 1 is Public Enemies. Volume 2 is Supergirl. It says volume 1.
I was super snobbing out there for a moment.
Yeah, and I was like, Andrew, I know, but listen to me. Look at it. And then he went,
they're combining.
Oh,
you were
yeah.
you were like, dummy. They're combining the first 2 arcs into one volume here. I'm like, oh.
And then you did the thing where you're like, hold, please. Even still, no, but so he loves this arc. But how this all relates to what we were saying with the Silver Surfer is Marvel Comics they tried to, so they have their own line of compact comics. Unfortunately, Marvel is gonna Marvel, and they fucking blew it. And like DC compact comics, they're manga size, they're great. Marvel's are like slightly bigger by like 2 inches on both sides, so it's like a like
was a
7
measuring contest,
a 7 by like not it is 100%, but it makes me so mad because I'm like, if you just did the compact style, it's more portable, it's better to display. Like, I don't want these stupid, it's not standard graphic novel size.
Standard and the compact. It's like you can't even call it compact at that point. It's like, okay, so it's just smaller.
Yeah,
it's not compact.
Yeah, it's just smaller. And yeah, to Sakura's point, there's no Silver Surfer being reprinted. There's no Fantastic Four being reprinted. What they started with was like the first Black Panther run from Dwayne McDuffie's run back in like the 2000s. The first half of the Winter Soldier arc. I don't know if we ever talked about this, Andrew, but like they split the damn stories up. And I'm just like, that defeats the point of what we're trying to do here, right? Like,
the whole point of the compact ones is to have a whole arc, a whole run in there.
And Marvel just said
digestible.
Marvel said, nope.
Oh my god.
To their credit, the one that they did land on that was appropriate, they did reprint Born Again. But so that's the reality. That's what I wanted to point out in terms of like reprinting Silver Surfer. But then what Andrew said about, you know, their confidence reprinting things, or sorry, the confidence in, or not the confidence, how close these movies are going to be to comics and why they avoid sort of reprinting them. I can't, like, so Andrew brought that up, and then I thought of Superman, right? For all that we have, like, you know, our disagreements on how it might turn out, Gunn has gone out and said, I'm taking inspiration from these comics. And they are or I don't know if they're reprinting them because they're not giving them anything new. It just might be like, you know, we hit print on the graphic novel or whatever. But yeah, they're making new like display stands with like the Dan Mora Corn Sweat art. And they're saying, come read these things before the movie. And that to me is like, look at that. That's a night and day to what Andrew was saying, where we know Gunn likes comic books for all of his execution problems, various ones. He likes comic books, and he does earnestly want to.
Sometimes his interpretations are a bit off, but he does enjoy these characters.
Yeah, and then over at Marvel, I just go, oh, you just want the name recognition.
Yeah, you don't actually care about the books. It's fine. The books are a freaking lost leader for you.
But you, oh yeah, DC Finest Collection has some great stuff coming out. Those are nice. Those are like the more like hardcover prestige edition type things. Those are really cool.
I don't own any of those yet.
I don't either.
I'm waiting for an arc or a collection that I'm like, okay, yeah, that's one that I would want to show out that extra bit for.
It's going to be Flash Volume 2. I know it's going to get to that point, and that's going to be the one they use. I know it's going to be that one. But speaking of books, speaking of covers and everything, and people who like stories and whatnot, let's finally actually get into what we're supposed to be here for tonight. Comics. Andrew, where would you like to start tonight, my friend?
You know what? Let's fly through Ultimate Wolverine, because that's actually, I feel like, going to be a mostly quick one. It's a super pretty book, but not a lot happens.
Yes, that is a good start. Did I go to the right page? Nope. Let's go. There we go. All right. Comic book time.
Has been
Who's
very
excited?
Pretty from issue 1.
Who is this? Is like Capuccio? I believe his name is.
Is that it? I'm horrible at remembering names.
I'm so, especially with, let's see, Alessandro Capuccio. I'm also really bad in particular with Marvel's artists because they've been going over to like Spain and Italy lately, and
well, they've been getting a lot of Italy or Italian and Spanish and Brazilian artists, and it's like a lot of your names kind of. I'm sorry. Hate me if you like. A lot of them kind of bleed together for me.
No, they do. No, they really do. Like Capuccio,
Sorry.
I feel like
Y'all extremely freaking talented, but I can't remember most of your names aside from Chichetto. Like that's the only one. Like as much as I love the main intended and build artist on Uncanny X-Men, I can literally never remember his name.
Literally,
I never remember his name or the artist on Phoenix, right? And I love both of those books. I praise them every single week they release, but I can never remember either of the artist names.
And like that's so like even in our private conversations, guys, he goes, "Who the hell is drawing Uncanny?" And I'm like,
every single
David
time.
Marquez. And he goes, "That's right."
Marquez.
And then we go like 5 sentences. Who's drawing Uncanny next week? It's Marquez. That's right. That's who it is. It's just one of those things. Our brain blanks on him. So
he's not kidding. That's absolutely accurate.
And then when it comes to Phoenix,
I never remember.
When it comes to Phoenix, both of us just go like, I like the way she draws flames. That's all I remember.
Yeah, I just cannot remember the artist names, and I'm really bad at names in general.
I am too. So we apologize. I mean, you played D&D with me. You know how bad I am with names. So
it became a whole bit for your character.
An unintentional one at that too. So but anyway, it did work eventually. We lived, if you can call that living. But
kind of.
First book we'll hit this week, as Andrew set us up, we are going to Earth 6160. We're checking in with the new Ultimate Universe. We have the latest issue of Ultimate Wolverine. If you guys haven't been catching the series or anything Ultimate related or foil variant, quick recap. This is basically the Logan we know. It's very one-to-one, or no, I don't want to say one-to-one. He's probably the closest to the original universe version of
He's
a character.
Very Weapon X Logan right now. And I have a feeling that depending on how this story pans out, it's possible that by the end or in short order, we'll see him resembling the Logan we know in 616 a lot more. Just the situation that he's put in, the setting that he's put in is drastically different.
So it is, but then that's where I sort of my one pushback is, so the setting, as Andrew was saying, in this universe, in this new Ultimate Universe, instead of just being Weapon X and then sort of breaking out on his own and being the Logan we know, this Wolverine is actually their version of the Winter Soldier. So he's one of those ones that, deploy him, bring him back, shut him off, right? Like that's the problem is I don't feel, at least through these four, that they've done, I feel like exactly what you said. I feel like they've been making him more Weapon X-y than Winter Soldier-y. I think this might be the first time.
We haven't seen much of the Winter Soldier aspect to it until this issue.
Exactly. And I would like to see more of that because I think this Ultimate Universe has earned itself enough credit to take some more interesting changes with or dynamics with the characters, right? Like we don't need to be so close, even though like I like it. It's cool, but we can do some things with Wolverine. But as Andrew was saying, this issue is not, or as both of us were saying, there's not a lot specifically to talk about in this issue. This issue is it's very pretty and it's very artistic in the sense that it is essentially a giant 24-page metaphor, right? So all these dialogue boxes that you'll see throughout all the pages we're flipping through, that is what's happening in the real world. And that's a bunch of Russian scientists working for the Rasputins over in Eurasia, experimenting on him, trying to get him sedated, doing all of their scientist stuff. That's what's happening in the real world. And
following the events of issue 3.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Following the events of, Gambit getting away and, having to retrieve Wolverine and all that fun stuff. So the art throughout this issue is mostly what you're seeing here. It is this physical Wolverine fighting what appears to be I don't want to say
big old bear.
It's a bear. I don't want to say demon bear because that's too close. Like that is a specific thing in X-Men with like Danny and all the New Mutants. I don't think it's that. This is something
in Logan's subconscious.
That's what I was gonna present to you. I'm obviously the Wolverine's Logan. Duh. Like we're not that artsy fartsy here, but
I was born at night, but not last night.
Right. Yeah. And so it's like, I'm with you. The bear represents something in his mind. I don't know what that means. So I thought at first it might have been like Omega Red, right? Because it's silver, it's got the red eyes. But Omega doesn't really show up in the issue. Logan doesn't, at least as far as we know, doesn't have like an established history with him. So I don't know what the metaphor is here. I don't know whether it's like, maybe it's his programming now that I think about it. A bear, white bear, red eyes, Soviet Russia, Colossus. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe. But again, I don't know. I'm not confident enough to make a a specific guess, but that is what we see throughout this issue is Logan's memory thought form metaphor fighting against this bear. And as he fights, the situation quickly devolves outside. They bring him in for sedation, and all of a sudden, they think he died on the table. And so they unlock all of his restraints, and then, he pops back to life and he starts slicing and dicing. Very typical Logan-y stuff. Eventually, all of this comes to a head with let me switch to the other page, with Logan having completely shredded up everybody in the research facility. From there, we have the we do learn, which kind of surprise. So we learn that there is some sort of code word for Wolverine, like his Winter Soldier code word to stop. Like it's Sputnik, but then is it only the Doctor who can say it? I guess. Like, why didn't anybody say Sputnik 5 minutes ago? Right? Like, I feel like you could have avoided all of this. So from there, Logan gets sedated. She uses the code word. It actually works, even though everybody is very apprehensive. Then she says, all right, it's time to get him back under control. And the scientists go, we can't sedate him. He keeps healing out of it. And she goes, you silly, silly man. Like, well, not like that. Like, you silly, silly idiot. We have 3 levels of control. There's the, what was it? It was the sedatives. There was the brainwashing. And then there was her. And you go, what is that? What do we know? And so the scientists lead Logan into the deep recesses of the Kremlin, like the Russian capital. And I thought that was cool. We just don't really see that setting a lot. It's nothing that special. It's just, oh, hey, something we've never really seen before. So they take him down into the Kremlin, take him into a giant Epcot Center style orb. And inside we discover that her is Jean. And Jean Grey here, our ultimate Jean Grey, she is clearly being used as a sort of telekinetic bioweapon to brainwash probably more, not just Logan, but probably more people. And then if you guys notice, behind her, there is a floating brain. That's our Xavier. So that is where we leave off in this issue. 20 pages or so of that really beautiful artistic metaphor. Again, not a lot to talk about. If you guys go read it, though, you'll probably enjoy what you see. Very dynamic art, very fluid, good narrative, all that fun stuff. Fun, or I don't know if this is a fun reveal, but it is a.
I don't know if I'd say fun.
Yeah, right.
It's kind of horrific, but it's like, oh, hey, it's Jean type of a thing. I do find it interesting that they specifically note that she's the Phoenix.
Yeah.
Because that has different implications than just Jean Grey being captured by the Kremlin, right?
Well, you did read this page, right? Like the data page, or did you?
I might not have.
Okay, so first
I
off,
might have missed that page when I was
to
flipping through it.
I'm going to laugh with you because I keep forgetting that each issue has this page, because like it closes out here, like to be continued, and I go, cool, we're done. Like,
yeah, I just automatically assume the next page is an ad, right?
Well, yeah, but then like, remember there was like issue 1 was his like health records. Issue 2 was that letter from Nightcrawler about their time together. Like, there's important stuff, and I forget all the time. So I got to this page, I went, whoa, that's Jean, that's crazy. And then I went on Twitter and people were like, did you guys see Ultimate Xavier? And I went, did I miss a book this week? Like, what are we talking about? And then somebody shared that page and I went, oh yeah, I got to read that. But in terms of Jean, there is a line here where they say, quote, we also had in our custody the Jean Grey specimen, who we have nicknamed the Phoenix specimen in reference to her latent abilities and possible extraterrestrial possession. I cover this extensively in the Phoenix designated file. See also the Poltava incident. So, to your point, it looks like we have a Jean. Like, in essence, they've tamed the Phoenix, which is bonkers by any means. But I mean, this is the maker. Maybe he can pull that off. I guess last thing I wanted to say about this book is I'm kind of I laugh because I actually think this, what I know it's a quick view, but I think this is actually probably a cool look. This might turn out to be a cool suit for Jean. And you and I have been talking for a while now, like Jean doesn't really get good alternate costumes. Even her current one is iffy with that helmet. So I went,
yeah, I'm not sold on the new one.
I was like, of course, we're going to get a Jean here. Or not a Jean here. We're going to get like a new costume here. So hopefully it turns out cool. Might be cool. Not entirely sure, but we will see. But that's really all we got for Ultimate Wolverine. You got anything to add?
Not really. Like I said, not much happened in this issue. It was super pretty. The art is beautiful. The art is beautiful. The story was, what was happening was not what was actually happening in the panel. The dialogue that was being presented was not in relation to what was happening on the panel itself. It was stuff that was happening within Logan's mind while he was being attempted to be sedated by the Kremlin, scientists and whatnot. But it was still a good issue. I will say it's probably my least favorite of the 4 we've gotten so far. I still enjoyed it. But it was my least favorite just because a lot of what was being said wasn't being reflected as much on the panels themselves. Like I get it was a creative leap. It was a chance that they took, right? They were like, hey, we're going to try this thing, and it's going to be maybe a bit more esoteric, a little bit off kilter, and it landed that way. It didn't quite land for me the same way that the previous 3 issues did. Like, last issue 3, I was like, holy crap. The whole time I was reading it and, like, holding my breath, like, please don't kill Gambit. Please don't kill Gambit. Please don't kill Gambit.
And then I went, oh, he got away. And then oh, never mind. He's in the rearview mirror horror movie style. And I went, Gambit, no! Like,
like I don't know what to expect with this book right now.
Me neither.
Because like issue 1, they killed Kurt.
Oh yeah.
Right?
I keep forgetting we went there. Yeah.
I'm just like kind of in panic mode as to what's going to happen anytime another character that I like, at least in main universe, shows up in this universe, in this book specifically. I'm like, oh shoot, they're gonna freaking die.
Oh, like
right?
I think you and I have to specifically like accept we got a great Peter, and we're not gonna see any of our other favorite. All Ben Reilly's on the planet just got brutally murdered.
Every single Ben
we're
Reilly
we're never
dead.
seeing him again. So at least we got Peter, and at least we got Richard. Like we can take a little bit of solace in that. I agree with you on all of that. Probably my least favorite, just because not a lot happens. I think what gets me about this is I think the 12 issue length of it is too much. I think they're trying to stretch it out, make it like a prestige format thing, which I'm not against.
Right.
Like, this wasn't a bad issue, but I also feel like we could have maybe reduced the Bear Wolverine fight to
it just doesn't feel like we went anywhere story-wise. Like, we're supposed to believe that there's this countdown happening, right? Or at least that's what we're being told in the Ultimates, which is the only book that's really addressing it. And nothing feels like there are stakes, far-reaching stakes, right?
Right.
Aside from that book. And even then, like, that book's been kind of dragging.
Well, until
for a little bit.
Who knows what's happening now? With maybe all the Ultimates are dead, as we are learning from that last issue.
Who knows?
Who knows how that goes?
We'll see. But yeah, I'm not sure what to expect. I'm still enjoying this book. It's definitely not an Ultimate Spider-Man tier, but it's still a solid read, and it's nowhere near being dropped.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, it's 12 issues. I'm probably going to close it out because I feel like this is just on my end. Like, I feel like if I don't close it out, I'm going to be bugged by it. Like, oh, I have issues 1 through 7. I stopped there, and I don't know. You know that, like, gaps in collections are just gonna bug the heck out of me. So I'll probably close it out.
It's the OCD bit, yeah.
Oh yeah, 1,000%. I'll probably close it out. But yeah, this is one of those books that I feel will probably be really good in trade, but month to month, it's
waiting month to month is
deep.
dragging a little bit at this point. Maybe that'll change with issue 5. But yeah, this issue felt like it was this wasn't quite worth a month wait.
And so I want to jump or just raise one thing on this exact topic, because with this book and this issue specifically, this has been in my mind. So when the Ultimate series launched, we all know that we started with 4 books, or 3 technically, but the Ultimates was like a month behind. So you had Ultimates, Ultimate Spider-Man, Black Panther, and X-Men. The Ultimate Wolverine were only 4 issues in, so it came about they greenlit and started this about a year after the rest of the Ultimate Universe started. And in terms of what you were saying about like story, what's going on here, so you don't know this, and that's why I'm going to show you right now. I'm even more particularly confused about everything they're doing. So I genuinely think that even though we're getting a pretty good book, Ultimate Wolverine was a knee-jerk reaction, right? That was them going, Ultimate X-Men is a little experimental. You don't have like your mutants. What do we do? What do people give them? A Wolverine, right? Like, people want Wolverine. So here we go. We have our Ultimate. So I feel like that's how it came into being. And what really sells that for me is that we're doing this entire Winter Soldier Logan arc, right? And it's very, like you pointed out, it's very close to his Weapon X times. So this is a page from issue 8 of Ultimate X-Men. So that was like a year ago. The what's her name? Armor comes across this guy this is basically Wolverine. We even see him in the issue.
That's clearly supposed to be Wolverine.
In the issue before here, I just had it out. I just went away from it. Why am I being stupid? In the, like, it's so Logan that in the issue or where you first meet him, where was it? Scroll. Don't look like a chump, even though it's already happening. We scroll. I know. How's it going out there, everybody? Do you like tech issues? It's so great not knowing what the hell is going on, even though I was literally just looking at the image a second ago. There we go. This is how he's introduced, right? Like on the X, like, crucifix thing from the main continuity that was even in Deadpool and Wolverine. So,
oh wow,
that's like, to me, I'm like, okay, that's supposed to be Wolverine. What is this Wolverine? And I'm really, really worried that we're getting to that point in the Ultimate Universe where, because you've expanded out to more creative teams, nobody's talking to each other, or they're just sort of going, yeah, Peach, we knew you were doing that, but we know we can sell some Wolverine books, so we're gonna, run roughshod over whatever you're doing. And that sucks to me, because Rob Liefeld was actually talking about this. You and I have been talking about this. You don't get a lot of creativity or experimentation or swings anymore in comic books, for better or worse, right? Like, yeah, sure. like we were just saying with I don't even remember what book we were just talking about, but sometimes a creator takes a swing, they do something in a different format or a different style, or they make a change to a character. Sometimes it works, sometimes it really doesn't. But yeah, at least, Andrew and I say this all the time, even if it turns out bad, or even if it sort of like comes like just from the jump, just starts off bad, we at least give a little bit of credit, like, you're trying something.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you could be like, I see the vision, but it didn't execute.
Right. And I mean, you guys can see, and Andrew did it a little while ago with, I don't remember who we were talking about. Steve McNiven, right? Like, yeah, they took a swing, it didn't work, blah, 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 blah. So what worries me is that, so yeah, like, that's a big thing. You're not allowed to really take swings. You got to make sure everything follows according to the Bible, like the character Bible, the marketing Bible, yada, yada. Ultimate is probably one of the few places, or like only places in recent memory, where I can think of this level of freedom that characters have been given, right? Like, writers have been being given quite a bit of creative license. I mean, look at Hickman's Spider-Man. As we talk, like, yeah, we talk about it every month it comes out, and we love it and we gush about it. But if you really sit down and look at, like, the lay of the land there versus 616, it's so we would have never seen any of that coming, right? Well, at least in the current trajectory, we would have never seen it coming.
Yeah.
But and then like in Peach's Momoko in Peach's comic over here.
Careful, you're talking about your girlfriend.
I know, I'm trying. I'm sorry. She's very clearly, and this is, you know, Andrew embodies this point like really well. She's taking a big swing with the style of this book. She's taking a very traditional big superhero franchise and putting she's not going too wild. She's not saying like mutants are demons or whatever, like Scott Lobdell tried to do back in the day, but she's definitely taking a different angle. We're in a high school. We're in Japan. Everybody's a teenage girl.
Even the art direction, right? She's taking heavy inspiration from that like ink painted Japanese style with it, right? It's not even an anime style or a traditional manga style.
No.
It's heavily influenced by like traditional, that kind of beautiful, you know, calligraphy, Japanese calligraphy painted art that you would see on
we'd open this
and things like
I was gonna say we could open a scroll and it would be like a Peach painting inside.
Yeah, that's what she's doing, and it's not what I'm looking for in a comic book, but I can appreciate the artistic intention there.
Exactly, and so, you know, for me it works, for Andrew it doesn't, and that's sometimes when you take a swing, that's just what's going to happen. Marvel, you know, these Marvel DC, they really don't want that. They want, when they're making things, they want me and Andrew to like it, because that's both, we will both give them money. And so that's why we get, you know, everybody over in 616 is so stagnant, or on Earth Prime or whatever it is. And so the idea that Marvel is starting to look at the Ultimate line's popularity and go, we got to start, you know, like putting our foot in and saying, oh, can you do Wolverine? Oh, can you make sure Magneto pops up? That really worries me. And it's doubly, like, I'm doubly worried now because
I don't want it to become a mirror of 616.
Well, I don't want it to be a mirror of 616. And I'm very afraid that the more the editorial keeps telling them to do things, the more it's going to throw off the very fine-tuned machine that these four writers, Dennis Camp, Peach Momoko, Jonathan Hickman, and Brian Hill, have under their belt. Again, I'm not a big fan of that Black Panther book, but he's in the conversation. He's one of the ultimate like founders, so he's going to be there. They have like it's such a fine-tuned machine that if you start adding like bells and whistles to it, I feel like we're going to go from, you know, that's a really cool sports car to, oh my God, like what are you?
They could end up creatively hamstrung, like so many books end up being these days. And this is a, you know, alternate universe. And as much as I'm not one for alternate universes usually and multiverses,
right?
This is an instance where it's like the stories that are being told just on their face are better than most of the books in the main universe right now. Sans like Uncanny X-Men.
Uncanny, really, yeah.
That's it at Marvel right now. That
we're having fun with all new Venom, but I don't know if I would say that that's like a groundbreaker, right? Like we're having fun with it.
We're really having a good time with it because, you know, you got Carlos Gomez kicking ass on the art every single month.
He's so good.
He's so good. He whatever memo went out where MJ was not supposed to look sexy anymore, he either didn't get that memo or he ignored it entirely. I'm good. I don't care.
I'm 90% sure that him and Ewing, who's the writer on the book, I'm pretty sure they have their own little like 2-man office in the Spider editorial like room, and they have the like one day more manifesto like on a dartboard, and they just keep going thump, thump, thump.
Yep.
Because they know what the people want.
They both clearly hate Paul.
But I mean, who doesn't? Who doesn't? But
what that tells us is that they're fans.
Right, exactly. I mean, same with the same thing that we gushed over Lansing and Kelly with in the Symbiote War or the Venom War Spider-Man series, where completely just like they are in love. If it weren't for editorial, this mini-series would end with them back together.
Yeah, if it wasn't for Nick Lowe, like Peter and MJ would have just been back together.
Like right then and there. Yeah, right then and there. Look at that. Same phrasing. But just to close out my worry here, because I haven't hit you with the real bombshell that I don't think you're realizing, but they've got this fine-tuned machine. if this is Wolverine, if Wolverine here is an editorial mandate, and this is the start of Marvel editorial saying we're gonna have more like say in what goes on here in 6160, there's that fucking Ultimate Incursion coming. And I already don't have a lot of hope for that series because there's no reason.
The second they announced that like Miles, who has no business or connection to this Ultimate Universe, is going to be coming into it, I was like, why though? Just like let this one be its own thing. I don't need him here.
So here's my thing. I'm not against that. And I think you and I have actually talked about this before, because in the Ultimate Invasion 1, or Ultimate Invasion, the series, you haven't read it yet, I know. There's that, but I've shared this with you. And if you guys are in any of our Discords, if you follow me on Twitter, you've probably seen me share it. But there is that whole scene where the Maker, like the very opening pages, the Maker goes to Miles and he's like, hey, I'm going home. You're the only other person who A, exists from that reality, and B, also remembers it. Do you want to come with me? And Miles goes, no, I'm good. I'm going to stay here. And the Maker gives him like a special business card and says, if you ever want to come, give me a call. So I like that. To me, that setup makes like there's a potential there with having Miles, for whatever reason, contact the Maker or like go back, and he's thinking this is going to be my world. Oh crap, it's not my world, and you have to deal with it like that. The problem is, from all I've been reading in the solicits, in the teases, it seems like Miles is going to come in and he's going to be like, oh no, I'm Spider-Man. I know what I'm doing. And even sort of like talk down to the Ultimates, talk down to Peter.
That's one of my main concerns is like, he's going to come in, and because he has been a Spider-Man longer
than
this Ultimate's Peter, he's going to all of a sudden be the pro, right? While this Ultimate Universe Peter is going to be the rookie and the chump. Right. And while technically that's true,
we know what you're doing here.
That's insulting.
Well, but it's because we know that they're not doing it for creative reasons. We know that they're doing it specifically for pandering, right? Sort of like
they're just trying to push Miles over, which they have failed with at every single turn outside of the animated movies.
But then what happens? Oh, we have a new Ultimate Spider-Man that everybody's loving. Let's get Miles in there immediately. And that's how you and I both know that this is very much we can, use this success and push Miles, because even thematically, if you wanted to do this, why is it happening now? The Maker isn't back yet. None of these guys have met. Nope. We are theoretically 13 months into Pete being Spider-Man. All I can see from this is that now you're making Miles a genuine big catalyst, piece of the universe. If Miles is here, he's the one confirming there's multiverses. He's the one confirming that all these heroes should talk together. He's the one who's, I've seen the Maker been defeated before in my universe. And it's just we had such a good thing going with, again, I'll point to it from last week, the Ultimate Spider-Man line with Kingpin going, as far as you're concerned, I work for God. Well, you say that, and then 2 issues later, you have Miles come in and go, oh no, we've kicked his ass up and down the block.
Yeah.
Okay.
All of a sudden, the perceived threat level drops.
There you go. Yes, that's exactly what it is. So, whoa, issue 1. Okay, why not? But that's what I'm really worried about. I have zero hope for this Incursion event. I'm so genuinely worried about it, man.
I don't want it to happen, honestly. I want the Ultimate Universe to just remain completely independent, be its own thing.
Please.
The heroes here deal with the Maker at some point down the line, and that's their thing. And then we start just telling stories within this universe that's the aftermath of them having defeated the Maker, and now this is just their own thing going forward, and let it be that. We don't need to tie it into 616, because mostly 616 is shit right now, and I don't need Miles to be a contributor to the Ultimate Universe that is actually a really good thing mostly right now. You know,
No,
I'll give you
100%.
some credit and I'll say 4 out of 5.
Right, yeah,
I'll
yeah.
say 4 out of 5 because I'm not going to give Black Panther any
No.
credit because I can't speak on it. Because even
I
you have
just
said
caught
it's
up on it, and it's still awful. Like, I
It's
caught
still
up in
just blah.
nothing has
okay,
happened.
so yeah, 4 out of 5. I don't even feel bad. You know, just let it be its own thing.
Do you
Just let it be its own
remember?
thing.
So, like, I agree with that wholeheartedly. You have so much potential to do here, right? Like, okay, they beat them. The Maker can go back and forth, right? Like, he can go to 616, whatever. He can go to 6160. That's his capability. That's his, sure. He's the overarching big bad, blah, 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 blah. None of the others ever should, because you have so much potential, like you were detailing in the aftermath, you know, take on the Maker's Council, take on, like, let's explore what this new world really is. Cause
Well,
I
what
don't know
does the
about you.
world look like after they take down the council, after
Well,
they take down
right.
the Maker? Like,
Well,
what? This is not the same world as 616.
And-
The dynamics are completely different.
even right now, like, it's a different world where if you go look at those maps, the maps in the back of these issues have always intrigued me, because it's like, it's not America, it's like the North Union, and it's like most of Canada and us, and then it's like half of Texas and Florida are part of the, like, the Empire of the Sun or something, and it's like it's a territory of Japan, and I'm like, this is so cool. Like, I want to get into the lore and the world building of this, and we just haven't yet. And if you immediately go, okay, let's go hang out with all those characters, you know, well, then I know what's going to happen. It's going to turn into the 90s again, where every issue is pick up Ultimate X-Men featuring Cyclops and Gambit, right? Pick up Ultimate Black Panther with Storm and like 616 T'Challa. Pick up Ultimate
And that's not why I'm here.
It's not why we're here. We're here for,
That's
like,
not
the
why anybody
actual story.
who is reading the current Ultimate Universe books is here.
And just to put a stamp on this of how bad of an idea this is, if you guys remember the original 1610, the original Ultimate Universe, there was, when they established that, Bendis, you know, credit to Bendis before he Bendis, him and Joe Quesada said in a bunch of interviews when Ultimate Spider-Man was launching, like, what's gonna like, are they ever gonna meet? Are they ever gonna cross over? Is this a reboot or whatever? And they both were like, no, this is its own thing, not related. Like, you can jump in with issue 1 to a brand new universe. And they said straight up, there's a quote, I forget which one of them it was specifically, but they said, quote, like, the day we decide to cross over with the 616 is the day we are officially out of ideas. They did that with Spider-Man. Like, they did that all the way back then, and they've done it so many times since. There was Spider-Man 2, there was Ultimate Hunger or whatever that was, where Galactus went over. There was Secret Wars and that weird Battle World thing, and now we have, you know, this Ultimate Universe. So it's like, you're okay. So that to me says, you guys, this isn't a creative decision, right? Exactly. This is nobody here. It's just a bad idea.
Or at least you're not allowing the people who do have ideas.
Right. Oh, that's a good point. Cause, like, they could theoretically go, okay, guys, we want to do Miles into we want a Miles crossover. And they could say, Hickman, Peach, Brian, Dennis, what do you got for me? Can you make that work somehow? And they could do it. But this feels like, we need you to put Miles in right now. And I don't really care how he gets in there. Put him there.
It's creative hamstringing is what it is, which seems to be very common right now in Marvel and DC.
Such a shame. And let's just hope we get to avoid that, because I really don't want that to be what happens.
I don't need it. I don't want Ultimate Incursion to ruin the goodwill that's happened here with Ultimates mostly, and Ultimate Spider-Man especially, and for the people who have been really enjoying it, Ultimate X-Men as well.
And I also, just before we move off of this, just to put another, like, 7th stamp on it, to our point about, you know, styles and taking swings, and sometimes they work and sometimes they don't. Andrew and I can attest to this. There was, I don't know if we ever talked about it publicly, but the last issue of the Ultimates, before it came out, there was a tease that this is going to be one long epic poem made up of splash pages. And Andrew and I went, that was like 2 days after we had the show, where we were like, splash pages need to be used very well. Like, don't overdo it. We were looking at some book. Oh, we were looking at JSA, where they had like 7 double page spreads in one issue. And it was just like, what are we doing here? We're wasting space.
And 7 double page spreads, if you've got like a 100-page book, Okay,
Fine, yeah.
maybe as long as you earned each of those, cool. But in a 22-page comic book, like a freaking weekly serialized book, that's a bit much, man.
That's
That's a bit
asking
more than
a
one
lot.
is a bit much, but like 7, like that's okay, man.
But
Like
then yeah, to their credit, like we both were going, oh, this is going to be rough, this is going to be bad, and we went in and we both went, huh, not the best, but that was actually pretty interesting compared to what we were expecting. And we even walked away with it with genuine, like, the thing you talk about every week. Like, we wanted to know what was coming next. We were going, what was that with Thor? What was that with Sif? So experimentation can be good, doesn't always pay off. But if you're coming from an earnest place of experimentation, that goes so far, right? Like, I can give you a lot of credit.
People will recognize that. Yeah, for sure.
So like, yeah, if you're just race swapping a character and it's just pandering, everybody will know. But if you're going, hey, I'm going to bring in like Val Zod for a story and maybe it doesn't work, everybody will go, hey, he was trying. Like, there was a genuine thing here. But let's see. Oh, Johnny Dome, what's up? He says, bit of a random comment, but why not? First of all, what is up, Johnny? Says, just hope Superman movie is good by July. Sorry, not random, but yeah. Not random at all.
Good too. I would like a good Superman film in my my lifetime. There hasn't been one.
I guess it doesn't count as in my life. I can watch it in my lifetime, like the Richard Donner ones, but yeah, there was never been a theatrical.
Yeah, something that launched and released in theaters day one in my lifetime. I was
so excited for Superman Returns. Like, I was so excited, and then
I'm sorry.
Come on, that bullet to the eye scene as like a 13-year-old, I was like, somebody knows what Superman finally is instead of making fun of him. Let's go. And then Super Kid playing piano, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, this was a miss. And also just like the worst Lois casting, just not a good Lois. I like her as an actor, not a good Lois.
It's a whiff for sure.
Yeah, exactly, Johnny. The only animated Superman movies that were good were in theaters, and that was what, back in our 90s, like when we were 10, 12, when they were doing the very rare like World's Finest showings up in theaters and stuff, which is
very rare, and only in select theaters too.
Exactly. But even to our point here, Johnny, Justice League do more, right? Like, or like what is that last one? Apocalypse War, whatever the one where they closed out
the one that ended,
the one you hate. Yeah, the one you hate. We both hate, but it's funnier to tease you about it. Apocalypse War, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's Justice League Dark Apocalypse War. That's why it's all like super long. It got stupid near the end there. But and not even that. Like, look at the Tomorrowverse movies they did that were just sort of very bland. Yeah,
they're super bland. They were doing. I still haven't seen parts 2 or 3 of Crisis on Infinite Earths because the first one was just so boring and uninspired and not Crisis on Infinite Earths.
It's not Crisis on Infinite Earths.
I was like, what are we even doing here? All right, cool. Not interested.
They've shifted Crisis from like a celebration of history, of like DC history, because that's what it was, right? Like, we gotta obviously we have to smash everything to make it all work, but we don't want to disrespect them all, so we're gonna treat everybody right. Yeah, some of you are gonna get vaporized by the wave, but that's the story. Nowadays it's more just like Crisis time. You remember this character and that character and this character, and it's just like,
well, now they just pull out the word crisis like they can use it for anything on any given Wednesday.
They used it. They used Dark Crisis as an entire vehicle to promote fucking Black Adam. Remember, that book ends with everybody getting Black Adam's powers for.
I don't want to talk about
just that's where we are. And then Johnny says the Superman movie was good. I presume you're talking about that animated Reign of the Supermen one. I liked that. I actually did like that. I thought that was a pretty good handling of
Reign of the Superman was pretty solid.
An admittedly messy comic book storyline. I thought they handled it.
It was a messy comic book storyline, and it wasn't an accurate adaptation, and that's why the animated adaptation worked, because it wasn't accurate to the comic book storyline, because the comic book storyline was kind of messy.
Well, remember, in the comic book storyline, every 4 issues of like Steel's book or Superboy's book would end with, oh, but Superman's alive. And then you go to the next one and, oh, that one's a clone. That one's a robot. And it's just like, I don't even know anymore. Just call me when he's coming back.
Look, it was the 90s. We played around with a lot of gimmicks back then. A lot of marketing gimmicks, marketing ploys.
But don't worry. I'm sure so many kids are going to college right now on the dime their parents made from Death of Superman #1.
I'm pretty sure not.
What are you talking about? ITT Tech is only like a $20 tuition. I'm sure they've got it. No,
$20. Maybe if that was true, then yeah, maybe they're
right.
They're going to college on their, the sale of their copy
on their speculator profits.
Yeah,
but
sure.
Screw speculators. Screw speculator profits. That's not what we're here for. Andrew, do you either want to stay thematically on Big Blue, or do you want to hop to Absolute to close that out, or to hit that before Big Blue? What are you feeling?
You know what? Part of me would rather end on a high note.
All right.
And therefore, I would rather end on Superman. However, I feel like we just kind of segued into Superman.
All right. Then, you know what? We can entertain it and end on a high. We'll find a high note in Flash. Oh, and there's that cover you were talking about, by the way. Just between we were talking, where you were like, "Oh, I saw the army cover," and yeah, it's right there.
I don't like that cover at all. It's boring.
There's something about the way they like rendered the moon on his chest. I don't think it's thematically works or whatever, but just like as an image, I'm like, oh, I can get behind that. Let's see.
This book was surprisingly fun.
Right. So, Big Blue. We on that topic, as you guys all know, we've got a Superman film coming out later this year. We are in a somewhat of a Superman renaissance over in the comics. They have officially kicked off that renaissance, if you will, this week with the Summer of Superman special here, written by Mark Waid, Dan Slott, and Joshua Williamson. Arguably Slott, take him out of the conversation, but like Waid and Williamson, two of the like titans of current DC. Whether you like their work or not, they are just like the main pillars right now. Not a quality commentary, just a positional commentary, if you will. Yeah. So yeah, as Andrew was saying, this is on both of our behalves, this was a very surprising book, because I don't know about you guys, or if you guys remember over these last few shows, Andrew and I have talked a lot about the fact that DC in particular has been putting out a lot of random one-shots, and GL Fraction
I don't
Spectrum,
necessarily feel like they're actually leaning into the next arc.
Right. They kind of just feel like they're here, and like I'll be honest, I liked what we read in Fractured Spectrum, but as soon as I closed that book, because that book ends with
I didn't feel inspired to read the next issue afterwards.
I actually kind of felt a little ripped off, because I was like, it ends with, you get a whole book of like, oh look, here's where all the non-Hal Jordan Corps members are like hanging out in the Corps now, and then it ends with that reveal of like, oh, there's the Book of Oa, but it's also been copied into the other Spectrums, and that was the big like ending thing, and I went, that's like, why wasn't that just in the regular book? Did you need to milk $8 extra out of me for that foil cover? I mean, yeah, I'm happy for it. It's Ken. It's great. But I was like, really? Like, that's all we're doing here? So in terms of that, Andrew and I have been pretty sour lately on one-shots. In our private conversations, we go, hey, you see this coming out? And we go, yeah, but it's a one-shot. Do we really care? And we go, no. This one, admittedly, I think both of us gave it a gamble, because pretty good writing team. Waid, as we always say, for all of his craziness and all of his you need to get off the internet, fantastic superhero writer. Dan Slott, we probably would have been harsher, Andrew, if not for earlier today, because Andrew and I, let's make it clear, we're not the biggest fans of Dan Slott. Dan Slott is not particularly the best writer. He's also massively addicted to being online. But Andrew and I were talking earlier today about Superior Spider-Man and Spider-Man related stuff that I'm not going to get into, because it will just take the rest of the stream away from us. Yeah. But in doing so, we were going back and we were reading our copies of like Superior and the Slott Spider Run, and for all of his faults, Dan does like, we came to the conclusion that like, for all of his faults, Dan does like Spider-Man. He does like Peter. He should just
never be on the internet.
Yeah, that really is it. Like there was one panel I shared with Andrew where, if you guys remember, when Superior started, Peter's consciousness was in the body, sharing it with Ock, and I shared a panel with him where Peter is like watching Ock try to hit on Mary Jane, and Mary Jane like rejects him, and the entire time Peter is like, "Don't do it, like MJ, that's not me." Like obviously he's like talking to himself, talking to the reader.
Yeah.
And
MJ doesn't know he's there.
she doesn't know, and neither does Otto. But eventually MJ's like, you know what? You're acting weird. Like, good night. Like, I don't want to talk to you right now. And Otto starts swinging away, and he's like, cursed woman. Like how dare she, or whatever. And Peter is with him, and he's like, that's right. Of course she said no, because she knows my soul, because we're soul mates. Emphasis on soul. And both of us were like, yeah, Slott probably did actually want to bring MJ and Peter back together before Nick Lowe got his hands on being the editor. And so credit to Slott, he's trying, right? Like, I'll give him that. He's probably trying. He's just not excelling we might have to put him on the remedial track.
I was about to say, yeah, like there's effort, but the success and the excelling levels are a little off there.
And so you know, Wade's great. Williamson, we both like Williamson. He's been sort of the big DC architect, if you will, in the absence of Jeff Johns
for quite
and
a while.
Morrison. Yeah, I'm proud of him, and he's been doing a pretty okay job. Obviously, we haven't been a fan of Dark Crisis or the second Dark Knight's Metal and all that stuff, but
some of his back half arcs for Flash were just kind of
that got weird too. But overall, but that was also one of those situations that you and I talked about where he probably just had so many stories. You can't write Flash forever, right?
There was a freaking, he had a rally. He had he did a sequence of like really solid Flash stories, and then all of a sudden it kind of went off a cliff, and you're like, oh, I think you ran out of ideas.
And then he handed it off to Simon, and Simon started with no ideas. But no, I'm kidding. He was okay at the beginning, but he
started okay. It's this most recent one that is not.
Yeah. So Wade, Williamson, we went, okay, it's pretty good writers. We both love Superman a lot. And Jorge Jimenez, he drew the entire issue. So you say something like that, you drop Jorge on a beautiful cover like this. If you go pick up the foil one, it's Virgin, and it's still this one. It's fantastic. So we both went, you know what? Okay, we'll give it a whirl. Why not? At least in my head too. I don't know about you. I just went, at the very least, if this sucks, the fact that they're hyping it so much, maybe it'll go up like $1 in value in a year or something, right? Like that's where I was. I was like, whatever. Let's get into
I love
this.
Jorge Jimenez Superman. Like, he really, you can tell he loves drawing Superman.
He loves drawing Superman. He loves drawing all of the Kents. Like, he loves this family. There's we talked about it the other week when he's fighting in the 6th dimension and he's breaking out, and he does the Dragon Fist Dragon Ball punch with Jonathan and
John, yeah,
which is just one of the best pages of all. I wish he would release it without the text. Like, I just want to see it. But Jorge fanboying aside, let's see. I got to get to I'm not on the right window. That's what's going on. So, Summer of Superman special. Basically what we get here is DC's kickoff to, as I was saying, a new era of Superman, not revival, but, emphasis. With the James Gunn movie coming out, we're going to be getting a new Supergirl series, a new Crypto series, some new arcs for Superman. I think there's another mini series out there somewhere that I'm forgetting. But obviously they're, trying to get that synergy going, to their credit, without blowing up his character and forcing them into square one, because that's what everybody knows. That's where the movie starts. So what we get is a tale in 3 parts, each written 1 part by Wade, 1 part by Slott, 1 part by Williamson. In Wade's story, we find ourselves in the very early days of Superman's career, where or not even Superman, Superboy, barely even a career, if you will.
He's barely a teenager.
barely spent time in the Cape. And we open on years ago, Smallville. What's happening here is he's in love with Lana still. We all know that. That was his first, boyhood love. And in this moment, he's going, I love her. I'm going to show her that I am Superman. I'm going to reveal my identity. And I just wanted to, like, Lana is adorable throughout all of this issue. Like, whether teenage Lana or like the adult Lana we get later, I'm just like, I hate it, but I almost went like, Clark, you fumbled. Like, I can't believe it. Even though like Lois is like, she's top tier. It's not really a fumble, but I was just like, dang, Clark, like, okay. But so Clark wants to show Lana, and we get a little look into like how nice Lana is, like how good of a person she is. I like
helps
this
out with charities and things like that.
I wanted to point this out because this is something, it's sort of a divisive topic, but there is this moment here in panel 1 where Clark's talking about Lana, and she's at this bake sale, and he says, quote, she supervised every bake sale and helped teach Sunday school. Now, what I really like about this, and you and I have talked about this, is that like Superman, he is that homegrown, you know, I don't want to say conservative, but he's that homegrown American, right? Like Americana, grown in the cornfield.
Look,
like
if we're talking about the geographically where he was raised with Jonathan and Martha Kent, we're talking Bible Belt, right?
We're talking Bible Belt, exactly. And so I like
that is a part of his character. They don't need to always emphasize it,
right?
But that is still something that is there, and that's part of the values that he was raised with.
And to that point, which is exactly, I'm glad you set it up like that. When I said that this is a divisive topic, I was more referring to the general topic of Christianity in the modern day right now, because while you have genuine Christians who, you know, follow their faith and their beliefs and, you know, don't go out and try to force everybody to do their thing. People like you, people like Jonas, people like Mary, you know, there's the normal sort of Christians. And then you have the very politicized, sort of using religion as a cover for
where it's paired with politics, and it's actually more of just a masquerade for politics.
There you go. Yeah. And a masquerade for, particularly like cruel politics, if you will. Again, not like, just to set what I'm saying here. It's like deportations, right? We got to do them. I agree with that. We all probably agree with that. But you don't have to just like round up everybody and just, you know, throw everybody into the back of a truck. And that's sort of, but a lot of the American super right, like far right, if you will, have taken Christianity and warped it. And unfortunately, because they're the vocal ones, as you know, always happens, the pop culture or the culture of America has started to sort of shift overall towards Christians. And it sucks because, like I said, those guys are all assholes. But what about people like you or Jonas who are like, this is my faith, I'm living my faith. I know you and I disagree with things, but you're never going to come up to me and be like, you're going to hell for your gay demons or things like that, right? And it bums me out that, so how do I put this? It bums me out that the connotation is so negative nowadays, because even as somebody secular, I know that religion can be very healthy and helpful for certain people, or, you know, I don't want to, you guys know what I mean, right? Like it can be a force of good. It can teach you a lot of good values. A lot of these people from the Bible Belt who, you know, just have small town living, they are still just genuinely good people.
There's a reason why a lot of times they're referred to as just kind of salt of the earth.
Exactly. Right? And I'm really happy. You and I were talking about this a little bit ago, privately. I know we were talking about the Wally meeting the Spectre, and then I think somehow Superman got like brought up into the conversation. I don't remember how. He clearly wasn't the focus. But you did mention, like, you know, he would go to church. I think we were talking absolute, I don't know. Doesn't matter. But like ever since that conversation, you know, you put that in my head, I've been thinking like, yeah, you know, Clark would go to church because he's in the Bible Belt, but he's also like, he would be the Andrew type of Christian. He would like, he'd be the, you know, I don't want to say like good or bad Christian. That sounds so judgmental, but more just the like, I'm doing my thing Christian. If you'd like to come hang out with us, come, please. I'm going to live my life exemplary, but also, you know, you're free to do whatever you want. So I'm really glad that they emphasize that in his character, right? Because I'll even agree with that as like a secular person, that idea of like Christianity it is Americana. That was a big part of our like 1910s, 20s, even probably way before that, like culture. So I really like that Wade, again, this is Wade, is re-acknowledging like Superman goes to church. Oh, that's what we were talking about. It was Superman and Lois, the show, or not the show, but also the show and the comics. How we were talking at Christmas every year when they have like their December issues or the December episodes. There's a mention by Clark of like, oh, we got to, we just got home from like Christmas Eve service or something.
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah.
They don't focus on it because it's. I've been to services, guys. They can be faithfully fulfilling. They're kind of boring to just watch. So like they don't emphasize it.
It doesn't need to be emphasized heavily in the comic books that they're acknowledging that that's something that the Kent family does.
And so,
right?
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight that. Shout out to Wade. Religion doesn't have to be that scary, like evil force that a lot of people have turned it into. It is, I still believe it's primarily a force for good. And I like that. Good on you, Wade. Like this is good character development. This is acknowledging who Superman is.
This was good, Wade. This
Yes.
was Wade showing not just his love for, but his knowledge of characters.
And how do we put this? Because you'll probably be able to like better expand on it since you're Mr. Ripper Man. But like you can love a character and want to write the character, but a lot of writers, you'll see this, they don't want to, engage with maybe the parts of the character they don't like. They only go like let's just take Spider-Man. Like, oh, I love Spider-Man. I love that he's broken. He does all that. Do I want to deal with the clones and the fact that he's actually kind of an asshole when he's younger? No, I don't want to do that. So my version of Spider-Man ignores all of that.
Yeah.
What Wade does here is like, I don't know how Wade feels about religion in particular. I'm going to caution a guess that if he, even if he is a Christian follower in some regard, again, you guys can go discuss how good of a Christian or what ideology. I don't know any of that. But if he does follow, I do imagine that just given his political talking, he probably does have some of those similar thoughts about the radicalization of religion as like a tool for politics. It just seems like I would bet a lot of money and I'd probably be right. So for Wade to go, I'm writing Superman. Yes, I love him. Here's all, like, I can really emphasize the good parts, but then to go at something like, I don't like this, but I'm still going to roll with it and use it and put it as part of his character and treat it right. That speaks to like what a writer, like that's a good writer because you're talking to the character. You're not going, here's the version I want you to see, essentially.
All right. I only want you to see the parts that I align with.
Yes, exactly.
As opposed to just seeing the character in the totality.
So yeah, good on you, Wade. I really wanted to point that out there. Good on you. But
good, Wade.
As we continue, so Clark is about to show Lana his identity. He hears a big old monster attacking in the middle of Smallville. So he says, I got to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Summons our boy Crypto, as you guys probably saw.
Crypto Bros.
As you probably saw in our thumbnail, Crypto Bros rise up. But yes, so Crypto and Superboy on the scene. And what we discover is that this is I don't know the Legion of Superheroes well at all. Like it's probably my biggest knowledge gap in all of comic books.
They're a huge hole for me as well.
Which is, it's not that I don't like them.
In terms of DC.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Like it's not, and it's not that I don't like them, and it's not that they don't have good stories. I just haven't gotten into them, I guess. Like nothing has particularly ever gripped me about them like they did for fans in the 70s and 80s or what have you. So I don't know if this guy's like established, but we meet, what's his name? It's so stupid. Validus. It's a very, very stupid name, but he's essentially just a big old mindless thug who starts, trashing up Smallville, screaming as he's, destroying everything. Clark gets him out of Smallville, and all of a sudden, because for whatever reason, we don't know yet, whatever brought Validus here, this portal opens up and sucks them both in, and it sort of throws them through time and space. And we get this splash page, which shows some past events and also what looks like some future events, because we have, it's, how do I put this? Here, so what Clark is saying as they're fighting here is Clark's like, oh, I'm hurtling through the time stream. I see the past and I see the future. And so I actually like this, Andrew, where, because there's 2 pages here, but when he first enters the time stream, like there's the images he sees are like cavemen with fire, the establishment of like the International Space Station, the bombing of Hiroshima, and then the death of Superman, like his death.
Yeah.
And I just like
Doomsday right there.
I just like that makes the world feel more real, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Like that's, I can imagine in the history books of the DC universe, death of Superman is probably one of those big
Probably
chapters,
a fairly
right?
significant
Yeah.
note.
But so, and then to that same point, we go to we keep hurtling through the future. We see his first meetup with, or his first like meeting with Batman, his eventual rise or like his eventual job at the Daily Planet, his eventual maturing into the Superman we know. And then I kind of, I don't even know how I want to compliment this part, because if you guys out, like, you know, men or women, if you've suffered heartbreak, if you thought somebody was going to be the one and, you know, years later it like shattered and you didn't see it coming, this is, or you just even have had, you know, love drama, as we all have, because we were all teenagers once, you'll probably connect with this. So as he's fighting Validus, Clark does make a note, which is, shout out to Wade, he knows his canon. And I don't know why I know this fact. I think it's because it's a Superboy fact over a Legion fact, but the Legion gave Superboy a block. For those who don't know, in the 70s and 80s, Superboy and the Legion of Superheroes was a very, very, very big thing. It was Clark Superboy, like 60s, 50s Superboy, going into the future and having adventures and so on and so forth. In those comics, they do establish that to prevent Clark from, you know, knowing too much about the future or changing everything, he does not remember like the exact things that happens when he goes on his adventures. So he'll go up and he'll fight. Like, let's say it's like me and Andrew, right? Like I go up, I fight alongside Andrew. We beat Tom Brevoort, like Giga Tom Brevoort. The second I go back to my time, I'm going to be able to go like, I went on an adventure with the Legion. I don't remember who. I know we won. I don't remember who we fought, but it was a good adventure, like, so that you can't go and I'm going to stop Tom Brevoort or whatever. So
Right.
Clark acknowledges that. He's like, thank goodness I'm not going to change the future. But that block doesn't stop you from seeing these things, right? Obviously, he's got to fight with the Legion. So while he's hurtling through space, Clark sees an image of him and Lois and John, and Lois, like him and Lois are married, and John being what, 13, 14, he has this freak out.
I think at this age, John would have been something around 12.
Yeah, John's 12. I meant Clark. Clark's probably around like 14 or so as Superboy.
Clark himself, he's probably somewhere around early high school here.
Yeah, but you're right. 12 years old for
Earlier,
John.
no,
there.
I think one of the first 2 pages of the book, he mentions they're like 16 or 17, something like that. So they're probably maybe juniors in high school.
It was the summer we turned 16.
Okay, yeah. So they're probably in between their sophomore and junior year.
Yeah,
or something like that.
So they're still young, and I emphasize that because, again, it's like that teenage emotional wreck, right? He sees this, goes back down, and he kind of has an existential crisis because he's like, I love Lana, but what the hell was that? Like, if that's the future, can I fight that? So,
but he can't even remember specifically what he saw, so he just has this feeling, right?
And that, like, I can't imagine how awful that. Like, we've all had, you know,
as a teenager, especially.
You're gonna go mad. Like this, if it wasn't Clark and he didn't have like Jonathan and
It's
Lana,
a wonder he didn't go Homelander.
That's what I was gonna say. I was like, if it wasn't for the Kents, he's going upstairs right now, logging on to Call of Duty, and we are getting a very different like Clark Kent for the future. But yeah, sadly, the entire episode, Wade's story ends with Clark going, I'm not gonna tell her because I don't know what the hell this feeling is. All things finish, and then that's kind of where that leaves off. That's where it wraps, because then we go into the future, where under Dan Slott's
it leads right into Dan
origin.
Slott's chapter.
Yep, right. Like just turn the page over, and it gets right into it. For Dan Slott's story, we focus on the marriage of Lana Lang and John Henry, aka Steel. For those of you who don't know, and I don't blame you because it's one of those side DC things that who really cares about. They've been dating for a couple years now. So
honestly, I completely forgot it was a thing when I opened up this book.
The only reason I remember it is because I read that the I think it was Rebirth, the Superwoman Rebirth, where Lana and like Lois had powers and then they like fused or whatever. And I really like that Lana like I like that design. And so in that book, it's a big plot point that she's dating John. And so that's like the only reason I remember it.
Okay.
So it's not a new thing. It's not coming out of nowhere. But as Clark and everybody is setting up the ceremony in like the Smallville sort of town square. So what do you call it? Like small town America. It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah. It's like super small town.
It's like so picturesque.
Not as a knock, but just like everything you would expect if you were seeing it in a movie. You're like, oh yeah, exactly like this.
Yeah, no, it's not a knock. It's sort of like, you know, small town America. That it is, my friend. That it is. But as they're setting up, Validus returns out of nowhere, and Clark is very surprised because it seems as if
he hasn't seen him in a hot minute.
Yeah, hasn't seen him in like 40 years, and all of a sudden he's back, and it seems like he didn't like. There's no time missing for Validus. Like he's still just as pissed as when he disappeared. So Lois and Clark and Steele and Natasha and Lana all launch into action, and we get some, you know, pretty decent. I really like the balance here of like there's action, but then there's the crisis stuff that like the rest of the team was dealing with, and
they're dealing with tornadoes.
Yeah, and they didn't focus too much on like one of them or the other, and I was like, okay, very cool. Like we're doing good here.
The page prior to this though, with that like pseudo splash, not that one actually, the one before it.
That
one. Like I really like that, and that's just.
That's
my boy
Jorge,
Jimenez,
man.
That's just Jimenez being Jimenez.
Like he locks in when it comes to Superman, and you can just tell. Like this is I love Dan Mora, but I still got to give Jimenez like the Superman job over Mora because he just gets him. So then let's see, go back to the Zoom. Yeah, so that's basically what plays out here. Validus attacks. Superman says, I'll fight Validus. Validus's distortion of the time stream causes a big storm, and so that's what Natasha and everybody else has to go save.
They have to contend with that and make sure like Smallville doesn't freaking die.
Now, the whole scene eventually ends with out of nowhere, Validus again like zaps out, and Clark goes, I have no idea what's going on. Very, very fun, cute resolution to this little bit because Lana was very like at the beginning. Lana was saying
she was
like,
feeling kind of conflicted and hesitant, and then
and kind of scared things would happen. You know, like a super villain, which I did like. There's a little mention here, Andrew, where like Lana's on this page. Lana's sort of like freaking out. She's like, I don't know, I'm scared. Like, what if we get attacked? And Clark is like, hey, at the very least, this is the day the fifth dimension is like completely overlapped with Earth. And I was like. So they like, I love that bit of like the world is alive because you would consider how can I like make sure Mixelpick doesn't do anything. Let's do it on the day he can't do anything. And I'm like, that's so cool. Like Slot, you've got something in there. There's something in there, Slot.
There was something there.
There was something there. So yeah, and then as I was saying, it all sort of resolves with her going kind of just a cute little resolution where she goes, you know what, never mind, I want to marry you anyway, and they get married, and it's nice, and everybody has fun. Before we move on to that bit, I wanted to ask, did you catch this as well from this page? Do you know what I'm talking about here?
What are we referring to?
It's
hard to say.
I know.
It's hard to say because it's so small on my screen here in the studio.
Oh yeah, and I'm asking nothing specific about like I'm not asking you to look at a detail. It's just the overall page I'm bringing up because I went back. So on this page, and I want to bring this up. It's kind of hard to set up and say like, did you catch this without telling you? I know, but it's gonna be funny.
Are you referring to like the potential of a tornado killing Jonathan Kent? Okay.
I 1000% am. So guys, on this page, as I said, Validus has kicked up a storm. Everything is going crazy. Tornadoes are going off. At one point, the Kents are going down to their storm cellar, and a tornado takes Jonathan away. Superwoman just flies up and saves him. And I can't read this moment as anything else other than like, Zack Snyder, you're an idiot. Like and I laughed because if you're getting dunked on by Slot, you probably need to rethink something.
Yeah, if you're going to kill off somebody close to Clark, to Kal-El, to Superman, you have to do it in such a way where it's his powers can't help him.
Like,
Clark can
or
save anybody from a tornado. That's not
his
not a
his
threat.
powers can't save him, or there's like no way he could possibly make an excuse at all, like any excuse, even the shittiest of ones. Like, you have to. Man of Steel is not it, but yeah, that's
it has to be something that's completely out of his control.
Yes, exactly. Because if it's Superman,
to
he
teach
can go.
him. That's if we're talking a continuity where we are killing off. Let's just use Jonathan Kent as the example. If you're killing off Jonathan Kent, then if the goal is to teach Clark about loss, then you need to make it poignant in such a way that it's because, despite the fact that he has all these amazing gifts, he's still not God.
Right.
And there are some things that are even out of the control of his incredible gifts. And something like Jonathan having a heart attack, like say he had in Smallville,
or in
right?
All-Star, yeah.
Or an All-Star, like that's something that's out of his control. No matter how incredible his gifts are, they can't do anything there.
I mean, Kal-X could, but no, I'm just being a jerk. Yes, you are complete. Andrew is 100% right. It has to be that, like, there is just no, you can't have any wiggle room. The second you put a wiggle room into that situation, us comic nerds will be able to find a way to go, Superman can do that. Because he's Superman. Like, what?
Yeah,
what do you want from us?
He'll find a way.
So yeah, that back to the story. Lana and John get married. We then pick back up. Okay, this also. So we pick back up after the wedding. Clark taps the help of Mr. Terrific because he's like, I don't know why this guy just popped up. This is really dangerous. Help me out here. They find a way to bring him back and they start engaging with him. And because he's, just screaming and fighting, they tap a psychic to come in. And
I love that they brought in Omen. That made me so happy.
It made me happy.
I'm like, Lilith Clay, we haven't seen her in ages, and nobody remembers her except for like me.
I laughed so hard because Andrew and I literally, like, 2 days ago,
2 weeks ago,
we're like
something like that.
Very, very recently, we were talking about the Teen Titans, and we were talking about like this era. And specifically when it comes to Lilith, there's a cover where she has her, like, it's a big group shot of the Titans from the Rebirth era, but she has her full like hood and mask up. And I was like, who the hell is that? Like, I don't know anything from this era. And Andrew was like, that's Omen, you fucking retard. And I was like, oh shit, that's right. I don't recognize her without the red hair. But then, lo and behold, the next time here she is this week. And I was just like,
cover.
I was like, of course. Yeah, there you go. That one.
It's that exact cover.
Isn't See, that I thought that was the cover. Let me.
Oh yeah, I guess technically it is the cover. See, it's cover of the trade. And the single,
that's the trade you have. Okay, because I was like, wait,
it's the
you
trade.
have it.
It's on my shelf.
No, this is the actual number one that I picked up for you. Okay, I got it now. But yes, I was like, oh, it's Omen. Holy crap! Like, coincidences. Like we were just talking about her. But they attack. Omen goes into his mind, says, oh, it's just chaos in here. He eventually is able to say one word, Omega, and then he zaps out of existence yet again, leaving everybody to sort of go like, what's happening? And Lilith closes it out and goes, yeah, I don't know what was going on, but he's scared of something. And we have no idea what it is. And so Clark kind of just goes,
the scariest thing in the DC universe with the
not
word
now
Omega attached to it.
Not now, technically, at least in Earth Prime, he doesn't exist
not in
anymore.
Earth Prime.
Yeah, but that is as we
absolute
see.
universe.
So Clark kind of like walks away. I just realized this parallel right here, Andrew. We have that opening story with Clark like getting that bad feeling about Lana and sort of just like putting that to bed. And then we have this closing right here where he has this bad feeling about Validus, but he doesn't know exactly what it is. So he kind of just like puts it to bed and keeps moving on. I was like, oh, hey, check that out. But yeah, so Clark puts it behind him. And as he's putting it behind him and having his sort of end of episode reflection, like Gilmore Girls style, we get another text box popping in, bright yellow, talking about, I had sent Validus there. I was hoping to warn everybody. I don't know if it was successful. And we see, I wanted to warn the super people. And this is this is a splash page teasing the actual Superman books that are going to be coming out. Like there's Sophie Campbell's
There's
Supergirl.
kind of like a soft reset of the Superman family line coming out this summer.
Because it's for those who haven't been reading, it's kind of gotten not complicated or ridiculous, but big. He's like, he just adopted 2 Kryptonian like orphans. Keenan Kong is technically like involved in everything they always do. So this is like a pruning, a sort of streamlining, you know, bringing Kara back to the forefront, bringing Crypto back, you know, really reinforcing Clark. So we see, you know, Validus comes back through the time stream. He's seeing everything that's about to happen. And we realize, and as he lands, to Andrew's point, he's not on our Earth. He's not even of our universe. He is of the absolute universe, because we have the Legion of Superheroes here, as we all remember from the All-In special, the Evil Legion. They're here. They've captured him. They clearly know, like, they knew what the plan was, because we turned the page and Booster is chained. If you guys remember, Booster ended All-In by getting accidentally thrown into the absolute universe, and like, I'm a big Booster fan, so I actually feel really bad. I don't know how he's getting out of this one. Like, that sucks.
I don't either. I'm not a big Booster fan, and I'm just kind of like, oh man, you're in a bad way right now.
Did you notice this? And I genuinely don't know what to make of it. So I'm going to zoom in, but this panel right here, there's like a bunch of, you know, I'm going to go to the other thing. So this is when he returns. Is this supposed to be like, does he come back to a museum? Because there's like these Justice League banners, and then there's like the Superman Action Comics 1 thing.
I was about to say, I'm seeing the that hybrid of Superman and Batman right there.
Yeah,
right?
from World's Finest. Yeah.
I didn't quite know what was going on here,
because it only really caught my attention because right here on the very side there's a headless Batman, and I'm like, what does that mean? I thought we just met our Batman, right? Like over in Absolute. What does this all mean? So intriguing. No idea what it meant. I just wondered if anybody else caught that. And yes, that is where we leave off. Booster Gold captured. So end of the book, wrapping it up. 3 stories: Mark Waid, Dan Slott, Joshua Williamson. Clark as a kid, learning his destiny with Lois. Lana and John getting married. And finally, a setup to what is coming next. There's not really a lot to talk about there. It's not bad. It's just, that's what it is, right? And like Andrew and I were saying, we went into this completely not expecting anything. And we walked away from it seeing all of these great character moments that we've highlighted, all of this amazing Jorge Jimenez art. Like, just, we could gush about everything he drew in this issue for ever and ever and ever. And another thing, like, this is probably the best place to put it. One of the things we walked away from this realizing and really appreciating is, if you guys read this book, you will not know that the writer has changed.
You don't get the feeling at all that it changes writers twice.
From Waid to Slott to, it is bizarre, to the point where, like, I got to that Booster page and I went, oh, when did we switch writers? Like, what's going on? It's a credit.
It felt seamless, and it was like, wow,
seamless.
okay.
That's the right word. Yes. Like,
I was genuinely shocked.
You brought it up a second ago where, like on this page, this is the last page of Wade's story. And then we flip.
It leads right into Williamson.
Right into, or to Slott.
Is it William?
No,
is
Slott.
This is
Slott. Williamson comes in here, like right
Chapter
when they get
3
married.
Okay,
and then, because Williamson is more of the, he's setting everything up, like, for the future. But yeah, very, very solid writing that you don't really see out of DC anymore. Amazing art. This book was so fun and enjoyable that I don't even really have a lot of energy to waste on making fun of how kind of stupid Validus is. Right? Like,
he was just a plot device, is what he was.
Oh, he's 1,000% a plot device. I don't know your familiarity with the series, and I don't know if this was playing into Jimenez at all, but like this shot right here, I got a very big Alan from Invincible sort of vibe from him, you know, with like the 3 fingers, the no nose, sort of that one big central eye feature, even though that's his brain right here. I don't know if that's what he was like trying to tribute or homage, but I don't know. I got that feeling off of him. That's all. That
Okay.
was pretty much all that was the last thing I had to bring up to note. But
Good
yeah,
book.
guys,
That's all I can say.
absolutely good book. Go pick it up. Go pick up that foil cover. Again, like we've been talking about, and I saw some people in the chat saying it as well. DC, everybody's slowly going, and I would say DC might be going a little faster than Marvel, but we will see. We will see.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. All right, Andrew, with Superman down, do you have time? Do you want to hang out for some Absolute Flash?
Let's wrap it up with Absolute Flash.
All right, guys, it is finally here. The big Flash talk you have all been waiting for. You know, you would have thought I would have like had a better setup for how we were going to tackle this 2 issues, but I don't. So we will just take everything from the top. Guys, we finally, 3 weeks ago or so, we finally got our Absolute Flash release. If you guys remember, the Absolute Universe started off with 3 books, Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman. The success has prompted them to greenlight 3 more, Absolute Manhunter, Absolute Flash, and Absolute Green Lantern. Quick question. Did you read any of the other 2, Andrew?
I didn't give two sniffs of a rat's tail about Absolute Green Lantern or Absolute Martian Manhunter.
So
I didn't touch them. I didn't even pick them up just to have them.
Oh man, I did that for Green
bother.
Lantern. So
I was tempted, but then I was just like,
it's just I gotta have the full set. But just quick run for everybody who might be interested or wondering. Absolute Green Lantern, kind of really stupid. I'm not really a big fan of it. One of the big things that I think really bugs me is that it starts off too comic book fantastical, in the sense that like we open with this mystery of Hal was like hit by, like, he had an alien encounter. He doesn't know what's happening. He's the new Black Hand in this continuity, and it's just like a curse. Like, remember, I don't know if you will know this, but in Inuyasha, there was what's his name? The monk who could like had the hole in his hand and he sucked everything up. That's kind of what Hal Jordan is. He's got to like keep it tucked away, and if he lets it out, it's going to kill everybody. He doesn't want to, and he's scared. But like a little bit after that, he basically he's at a diner, and the city that he's in gets sort of leveled by a giant green glowing Green Lantern symbol, which I'm like, I get it. It's the Green Lantern logo, but having a giant green logo like smash your city, it doesn't feel like Absolute. Like that feels like like an Earth Prime, Earth 1, like 1940s level type of thing. You know what I mean? So it's fine. I stand to be impressed, I guess. I don't know. I don't really have any thoughts on it. Manhunter, I'm actually a really big fan of it, but that is because that book is very much a that high strangeness Twin Peaks style of weird that I like. So I genuinely don't know if that would be up your alley, like knowing you as my friend.
It's not.
Yeah. And so I wasn't surprised you didn't pick it up, but yeah, just wondering. Figured I'd let everybody know.
I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Yeah, 1 issue in so far. I really hope they let it's Dennis Camp, so let him keep cooking. Oh, hey, look at that. There he is. Martian Manhunter. So Absolute Flash. Obviously, from that little aside, you can tell this is the book we have sort of been really excited about ever since they announced it. Or not excited, might not be the right word, but interested in, I guess, or anticipating, willing, whatever you want to say that word is.
Yeah.
And a couple weeks ago, when we were having our when Andrew was out being cool with all his friends, and I was working, we got the issue. Obviously, you guys know we haven't been able to hit it, so tonight we'll hit issue 1, issue 2. We'll let you guys know lay of the land. Obviously, we'll keep covering it, but with that really awkward setup, let's just dive into it. First things first. I know I love this cover. I cannot get over.
It's a cool cover.
I just love everything about it. That like I can't get over it. Just as like an art piece. Wally like disappetiting, the lightning, the color, like the red. It's just and again, go pick up that foil, guys. It looks even better. So in our let's see where should I go for this visual? What's a good page to sort of hang out on? You've all probably seen this page in the previews, but whatever. It's flashy. It's got colors. Let's hang out. So in this universe, in this version of Flash, we are focusing on Wally West, who you guys will know is both mine and Andrew's favorite, like, not just Flash, but one of our favorite superheroes. And in this universe, as you guys know, it being absolute and being based on like Darkseid's evil, it's sort of a harsher world. It's a very dark, it's a more bleak world. So in Wally's case, what our story setup is basically he is an army brat. And he lives on an army base. He has to, keep moving around. Doesn't really get to make friends. His mom is dead. We don't know why yet. His dad is around, but he's very overbearing, very like, go to your room, don't ever do anything. The hardest of hard-assed military men. And in searching, just sort of, I'm a teenager. I need to be out there. I'm just looking for something to do. He very much, runs around the army base, sneaks out past curfew. And that gets him in trouble with the base and with the brass and with his dad. Luckily, as we meet in panel 5, or 4 right there, he does have one friend on the base. And that is actually our absolute version of Barry Allen, which, side note, I was kind of surprised. I thought we weren't getting him at all. Like, I thought
the marketing had kind of led me to believe we weren't going to be seeing any of the other traditional Flash family members in here. And obviously, Barry doesn't have Speed Force powers in this universe, but the fact that he was there at all, to me, actually kind of annoyed me.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, I think I messaged you this. I was like, I would have rather them just left him out entirely rather than do what they did with him. Especially given what their setup was, which they were saying, no Speed Force, no Flash family, none of this, none of this. And it just seemed like it was the only not even truly familiar thing, because this Wally is not the Wally that we know from the main universe at all. None of his tone, none of his personality is anything remotely similar. And
I'm fine with that. Yeah.
It's okay for the purposes of this universe, right? The personality for all of these characters has been vastly different. However, it just felt really weird for them to just it felt thrown in just to have another recognizable name that's attached usually to Wally, because Barry and Wally are interconnected very closely in Flash lore.
Yeah, you can't have one without the other, or you can't have Wally without Barry. You can have Barry without Wally.
Exactly.
But
yeah, you only get Wally West Flash because of Barry Allen, and that technically actually happens and bears out still here, but in a different way. And it kind of bugged me with the way that they did it. And I'm not even a Barry Allen guy.
Right. I know you're not. We both kind of always, you and I, like, just for everybody out there, we view Flash Rebirth as, why? Like, why did you have to do that?
Yeah, not necessary.
So in terms of Barry, that's really interesting because I didn't think about that, like, oh, we're just throwing in somebody to be recognizable. But I actually, now that you point that out, I get that as well, and I agree with you. And now that I can see that, in terms of what they actually do with the powers and everything, we'll get into it. And I messaged you this. I actually kind of like what they did here. But yeah, now that you are actually probably really right. The fact that this is so disconnected from sort of everything, like Wally and Flash related, the fact that Barry specifically is here is weird. Maybe they could have gotten away with it if it was like
because
Max
he's the most
or something.
Recognizable.
Right.
It's only because he's the most recognizable Flash right now, because he's been the main Flash in media since like 2011.
So stupid.
Since the New 52,
Yeah.
right? Like that's what they did the CW show based off of. That's what we did the non-Flash movie off of. That's what was in the Snyderverse Justice League movies, right? Like he is the more recognizable one for a lot of people right now. And so it kind of felt like, hey, we're just going to put him in there because his name is more recognizable than Wally's is.
See, I think it's that's the part of it. But then my theory is that they got too cold of a feet, right? Like looking at what we get here, and everybody out there will see as we go on.
No Flash family, but here's arguably like one of the most important Flash family members anyway.
Well, he's one of the most important Flash family members. And like, yeah, to me, so, let's look at the other Ultimate books, or the other 3, not the new ones, like Manhunter and Lantern, but
Wonder Woman, Batman, Superman.
Batman, he's got his Alfred. He's got his mom, he's got Gordon, he's got all of the villains, even though they're sort of like his friends now. Over in Superman, you've got Lois still, even if she's a peacemaker agent. You've got Martha and Pa Kent. You've got Crypto, even though we don't know where he is right now. He better come back.
He better still be alive. I'm be pissed
he
otherwise.
Has to be. That girl
I will drop that book in a heartbeat.
I'm only not concerned about. I'm not going Sparky watch here because I know that girl was Kara, that the little girl that Clark is talking to on the ship when they take off from the.
Yeah.
And I know they're not going to kill off Kara. Like I feel it in my bones that those two have to be okay in some degree. Don't know how. Maybe Crypto comes back.
Kara
like
that shows up with the absolute Crypto.
There you go. That's what. Maybe Crypto was like the what is it, like He-Man and the Masters of the Universe? He's like Battle Beast now or something. Like he's just giant and angry. But so looking at all of that, and then Wonder Woman, you've got Steve, you've got Cersei, you've got Etta Candy, you've got Barbara, you got Cheetah. So look at all those books. You've got your recognizable cast of characters in a different way. If we look here, Barry's literally the only thing that truly feels like we're just remixing that story, right? Like, so I wonder if they went, oh, people are going to be scared and confused and not know what's going on. We got to put in somebody he knows. And then, from there it goes, who do we pick? We pick Barry because blah, 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 blah. I can see that 100%.
Yeah, that's my take. That's my vibe that I get from it.
No, I really like that. Again, I didn't even think about that fact about Barry, but now that I like reflect on it, very, very apparent. So as we'll get into, Barry is a scientist on this or on this military base. He is a sort of he's kind of everything. Bioengineering, temporal sciences, yada yada yada. Basically your big brain. And on the base, Wally starts, hanging out with him. Barry, tries to lend him a compassionate arm. Wally's dad loses his mind. He's like, stay away from my kid. Don't ever talk to him. Like, just no, like, Wally, you go to your damn room. Barry, I swear to God, if I catch you like talking to him.
Rudolph West is still a jackass in this universe, just as he was in main universe back in the day. He just now looks like he could also punch your face in rather than being just kind of a skinny.
Did you ever watch the Venture Brothers? Because he looks like the dad from this version of Rudy looks like the dad from Venture Brothers, and it just makes me laugh. But so that's right. We keep jumping around. So basically, what happens is so after that meeting, Wally, teenage angst time, goes home, isn't very happy. His dad tries to talk with him, and Barry rightfully, is like, I have no friends. You keep dragging me around everywhere. You don't show any interest in me. And his dad is sort of just like not getting it and still just laying down rules. Like, okay, well, don't go see Barry. And when you're a teenager, what happens when you do that kind of thing? So
they don't listen.
Yeah. Wally, does the, mom died. It was better when mom was here. He runs out of the door and so he goes out of the door ostensibly with the intention of either running to go see Barry or just running away and, cooling down. But he gets out here and he starts seeing these very weird red squares leading all the way up to Barry's lab. And as he sort of goes to investigate, we find Barry in I've been calling it a time sphere bubble, like the one Rip Hunter uses. I don't know if that's official. That's what it looks like to me. He's in a time bubble.
There's clearly something chronal happening here.
Exactly. And so Wally comes in, sees everything happening. Barry goes, you've got to get away from this. Like this is way too dangerous. And, I thought there was another page where he actually dies. I could have sworn there was another...
I think we see a panel where he is dead, but we don't see him die in this first issue.
Oh,
I think
there we go.
In the second issue.
There you go. There's I just skipped right over it. Yeah. So we do learn that whatever is happening in there, Barry has exploded or he's gotten ripped up by it. We don't know at the end of this first issue. Now, before we move on to the second issue, you guys probably saw the B story in this arc, I guess.
Absolute rogues are tracking Wally down here.
Yep, and they're apparently tracking him on his dad's orders. And as we get to this page right here, you've got your absolute Golden Glider, absolute Trickster, absolute Captain Cold, and absolute Boomerang. I don't really have a lot to say about them.
Their designs is just kind of like, okay.
I like Trickster.
They don't look much like. They look very different from the traditional designs, and that's both a good and bad thing.
Okay, hold on. But before you keep explaining, just like I have a question for you, because yes, but also like at least in terms of Captain Cold, and maybe this is just my brain, wasn't this like very close to what Commander Cold was wearing for a long time?
Yes. So
okay. I was right. Okay.
The only one here that you could really be like, oh yeah, I could see how that's Captain Cold, right? Is Captain Cold.
But even then, he's hot. Like that's not Captain Cold.
Like they made him kind of like a super strapping dude, right? The mustache is weird. Like he actually looks more like Prime Universe Rudolph West than Rudolph West does here, which is kind of ironic. You couldn't convince me that he and Golden Glider are brother and sister in this universe.
I almost feel like they're not in this one because, and obviously I could be wrong, and I'm just going off of what we've seen so far. But in these,
they haven't suggested that they are.
There's at least like in their interactions, there's been no slight like I'm more friendly towards Cold or Glider. So like I had that exact same thought, and then in issue 2, I was like, we'll see. But that it's a we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, but none of the other designs make me think immediate. Like if you would just put those characters in front of me, like who is this character? Who's this villain? I don't know.
I thought
with Captain Cold, I would have been like, oh, that's whatever universe version of Captain Cold.
I will say this. So obviously we saw all these rogues on the cover to issue 2 and they showed it off months ago. So when they first dropped that image, actually we can kind of just pick it up because we do have, even though we're not done with this issue, we can at least look at the cover that we're talking about. Let's go here. Weird. It says that it is it that one? Oh yeah. So this was the cover for issue number 2, dropped this week. That is why we're talking about it. And this was released a long time ago. So they dropped this and all they said was, here are the rogues, absolute rogues. I initially, so obviously I went, okay, that's Captain Cold. I can kind of just tell, blue gun, fur hoodie, Glider and Boomerang. I understood it was them, but I didn't really connect. Like, that's them, really? Like, okay, sure. I could see it
with
them.
Glider. When you put it in context, like you put
when she's
that
moving like that
on a flash cover, well, specifically on a flash cover, and you got her with Captain Cold there, who does genuinely look like, okay, I could buy that as Captain Cold. When you put that in context there in the spread, you're like, okay, I guess that's this universe's version of Golden Glider. But Trickster here, I could have been like, maybe that's Trickster, maybe that's this version of freaking Heatwave, right?
Oh, okay, never mind. I was going to be excited because that's, so I specifically did want to bring this up for Trickster because Cold we can recognize, context clues give us Boomerang and Glider. When I first saw this, I thought this was Murmur, dude. Do you remember like the serial killer who like stitches his mouth?
Yeah, with the mouth. Yeah.
And because like in Earth Prime, he's got like the really wiry, crazy hair, and then if we go over to like in universe, the wires and stuff sort of look like that, and I was like, okay, are we getting Murmur? I didn't even think about
that because that's a villain that we like never see.
Exactly, we never see him. But then
he's in Iron Heights by Jeff Johns.
It's pretty much that.
I could be incorrect here, but I think the next time we see him is in Flash Forward.
There's because the prison break is happening, and he's just one of the people in the prison. Wally, it's Wally.
He saves Wally from getting
from getting
out of him
by Magma?
I think it's by Girder.
Oh no, Girder. It's Girder.
Oh, a second here.
I always get Girder and Magma like super confused because they're just,
and so like
don't see either of them.
I'm pretty sure that's the next time we see him.
I think you're right because Murmur does not show up ever again. Like I think they forget he exists. But also, what do you do with a serial killer against the Flash level that they've given him now? You know what I mean? Like,
It's true.
he's not just Barry
It's
running
hard to
anymore.
tell detective stories with the Flash. That's the type of character that works much better as a Batman villain, honestly.
Oh yeah, 100%. But then you've got two Zazzes, right? Like you
Yeah.
got two.
Then you have then
Mr.
you have
Zazzes.
two Zazzes. You've already got Zaz.
But then so the only reason I did recognize and realize that was Trickster was because I went, oh, we have like, let me think about who are the popular ones, right? And then I went, oh yeah, but Trickster is definitely like the most different one here. In terms of the actual rogues, we don't there again, how do I put this? Golden Glider there's not really a lot to her yet. Captain Cold is very straightforward. He's your mission leader. I kind of like Trickster here just for being that sort of like, he's kind of like Death Dream almost, right? Like he's just very like, I don't want to be here, but I'm going to comment on everything. I know we have a job to do. This is stupid. Again, it's not the Trickster we know, but like if I just separate that out, I go, I like that personality just in general.
Sure.
The Boomerang, I've never been a big Boomerang fan, like in general, so none of this really did anything for me. There's this interesting element where his Boomerang's like alive or something. Yeah, because so right here, like Boomerang launches his thing. He goes, as usual, Boomerang and I will do everything. And then Trickster says, please stop referring to that thing as if it's a person, Digger. It's creepy enough as it is. You're calling me creepy. And I'm like, oh, what is that? Like, that might be cool. But that's really all we know about the rogues at this point. In terms of their hunt for Wally, not a lot happens. What it really is
almost nothing happens in issue 1. Not that much happens with them in issue 2.
Nope.
Either.
So yeah, we really don't know a lot about the rogues yet, but they're there. They've got some questionable designs. I really don't vibe with like the Boomerang design.
The Boomerang design seems super generic to me. Nothing
does.
Like, it doesn't need to be like super dorky OG Captain Boomerang design.
With like the hat, yeah.
Yeah, and like with the Boomerang pattern on his gear.
Oh yeah,
like,
yep.
We don't need that. I don't need that. This is 2025. We can tweak that. This isn't the Silver Age, right?
But this feels like a generic MCU costume, right? Like a bunch of lines, a bunch of armor. Oh, there's a V on an upside down V on your chest. That's a Boomerang.
A shield agent could wear that. Like, it's uninspired and just generic.
I think they really shot themselves in the foot. This wouldn't make it a lot better, but maybe like half a point better. They gave him the like backpack like support straps, right?
Yeah.
Like that makes it feel hyper generic, and then it covers up the big light.
If they did that, but like the straps themselves also had, dare I say the word, pouches, right? But the pouches he can draw the boomerangs down from in the front, and then on the back he has another pair, right? Or something like that.
Yes.
And then maybe he has an additional pair, like whether it's on his hips or whatever, maybe in another pair on his boots. Why not go all out?
Yeah, but forget it.
Just looking at the design on its own, there's nothing about it that not even whispers Captain Boomerang, let alone screams it.
Yeah.
And so it just looks like generic comic book character.
Dude,
13.
To your point, I just realized this. He doesn't look like Captain Boomerang. He looks more like Sideways. And if we want to talk generic like
scheme,
superhero, like the color scheme, the very plated armor, the 90s style, like I know they're boomerangs for him, but like the Jags or whatever.
Yeah,
I can see that a lot. But so yeah, guys, that is where we find ourselves in Absolute Flash #1. Not a lot really happens. The biggest things we really see are we're introduced to the rogues. We see what happens to Barry and sort of the start of how Wally gets his powers. And it's really a setup issue. It's a setup issue, right? Like we meet Wally, we meet his dad, we meet the army base. We sort of get all of our ducks in a row. And from getting our ducks in a row, we go over to this week where we got Absolute Flash #2. And as Andrew said, still not quite a lot happens in this book or in this particular issue.
He's mainly just being chased by the rogues.
Yeah.
And then he's thinking back to the moment when his dad walked in on him and Barry, while Barry was performing an experiment with whatever he's working with. We've been told there's no Speed Force in the absolute universe, which in and of itself is a continuity issue because the Speed Force actually permeates every single part of the multiverse.
I
and
will give
all
I
the
will
time.
give I will give fealty here because remember this is Darkseid created universe. Who the hell that's not natural. Like it's not supposed to be here. So
No,
they can play with that.
I'll allow it for now, but it's still iffy at best for me. That being said, he's playing with whatever this is, and it very much. You and I were talking about this earlier before the show. It very much comes across as that there's some sort of temporal energy that is tied with whatever Barry was playing around with and is now connected with Wally here, because Wally, we eventually get to a point where he's pulled across time.
Yes.
Right. And there's an interesting, so we've seen a couple of images where there's lightning attached to Wally, but they've been far more heavily like engaging with this kind of blocky red
like
line,
speed lines almost.
Yeah, I don't quite know how to describe it. It's
like
interesting, and
Yeah.
it does what it does is it does set itself as something unique. It's definitely different.
Yeah.
And they're kind of pseudo combining it with a lightning here and there. But there's definitely something temporal going on with Wally's body, and so I think what I surmised at the end of this issue, and we'll go through the actual
we'll
book
get
in a
there.
second, but what I surmised by the end, based on what happens and based on what we saw at the beginning of issue 1, is what's going on with Wally's body is his body's being pulled into different parts of the time stream. Is what's happening. He's being pulled into different times within this universe specifically at once, and that's why we're seeing like that. I was wondering what the art decision was, the art direction was when we're seeing like you're seeing like not multiples of, but like they're almost like time remnants of his body, like drawn with him. They did it more in issue 1 than
It's
here
more
in
issue
2.
1, yeah.
But it definitely seemed like there's something like interdimensional or temporal going on with him here, which is an interesting take. I'll give him that. Like if they're not doing the Speed Force, that's like, okay, so you're doing something different at least.
And I kind of I know your points with the Speed Force, and I could also argue that as well. I'm just being a jerk again. But I do like if they do angle away from the Speed Force, that prevents us from getting fucking 400,000 speedsters at once, right?
Well,
we don't get a
not
Wallace,
just
we don't
that,
get an
but yeah,
Avery, we
it
don't get a
also-
Bart, we don't get, which yeah, I like some of them.
It
but
also prevents us from freaking power scaling ridiculously in the
Also-
span of like 5 seconds.
it also makes it a little more believable that Booster is still trapped. Because if you had a Speed Force connection, you could just, let me just like ride the waves over there and ride the waves back. Obviously not that slick, but that would be the plot of whatever happened.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll get into it. So as Andrew was saying, a lot of this issue is just it's Wally being chased by the rogues, but it's being used more as an example of what are his powers right now. We're sort of setting the ground line. We see that he's still vulnerable to like whatever Golden Glider's weird electro sticks are. She's actually pretty fast and can kind of get on his butt, but if he really decides to, go, he can go.
I'll see this. Most of the images that I've seen of Absolute Wally, I have not liked at all.
Yeah, you haven't.
I have not. Yeah, you can attest to this. I have not liked the way that the art has been done in terms of movement and running form. However, that panel that we were on where he's running away from Golden Glider, it's still not great running form, but there's something incredibly dynamic about that panel too. And I actually genuinely like it. Like he's really moving there, and I can feel the movement.
And that's, so you mentioned it a second ago. You're like, that's not good running form, and you're right. But I push back with, I think that sells what this like image is, or like what this panel is doing. Because this is one of my favorite pages of this issue. But it's to me, it's showing like Wally's just desperate right now. He's just like scrambling.
He's just trying to get away. Sure, he's not worried about running form. He's just trying to get away. No, I get that. And I'm just speaking as somebody who's a former runner.
I mean, I am too, but that's the thing. It's like
I have to. That's always in the forefront of my mind, but that doesn't change the fact that that's a cool as hell panel.
Yeah.
Like that panel looks great to me.
I don't know. I take in
It
context,
doesn't-
and if you're
something-
not being competitive and you're a 14-year-old, I don't expect you to have good form.
Something doesn't have to be perfect running form to look cool, but I'm still going to like be like, that form's crap, but panel still looks cool.
I think I would disagree with you here and say that you might need to like ease out from that, because again, if you're going, oh, this isn't perfect runner form, well, what's happening in the story? What are we looking at here? Like, I would have never flipped this page and said, I expect Wally to be in perfect, like, locked arms, shooting away form, because he is.
It was the reverse for me. It was the verse for me. I was like, oh, that's a really cool panel, and then I stared at it for a while. I was like, oh, that form, but still a really cool panel.
I don't know. Even to me, I think that's the thing.
Two things can be true at once. Two things can be true at once.
They can't be true at once. But I'm also saying, like, I think in this case, it's something maybe to work on, to eke away from. But regardless, so we have a lot of Wally learning his powers in fighting the rogues. We also then, the sort of B plot to what's going on is a flashback to to what was happening with Barry, what was going on. To your point, Andrew, I didn't realize it while we were looking for it, but there's the multi copies you were talking about. Like in this little...
kind of. It's not quite the same as in issue 1. In issue 1, it very much like they were drawing the outline of him in multiple instances. But yeah, I guess that's still somewhat of an example.
Damn it, the thing like zoomed in on me really far. There we go. Oh my gosh, everything is broken. Okay, there we go. So yes, we go back to Barry's lab. We find that, whatever happened, it tears Wally apart. Essentially, as part of that temporal thing Andrew was talking about, Wally doesn't have like a physical cohesive form. He's completely rippling all the time. He's torn into like different places, different spots. And we see that happening here with the experiment. In the aftermath, Wally is sort of, where'd he go? And miraculously, his dad knows where he went, or I guess maybe not miraculously. It's probably easy to tell where your son's going to run away to when you tell him, don't go hang out with this guy. So he goes up to the lab, just immediately starts like beating the shit out of Barry, because he's like, I told you, stay away from him. And I hate this. Like I know it's intentionally like we're supposed to hate him for this, and I'm glad, because it's like, you didn't talk to him. There's no words being exchanged. There's no like.
No, you just immediately started beating him up.
And I feel bad for like Wally, because or for Barry, because like this is all Wally. Barry didn't ask Wally to come. He didn't do any of that. So he's getting completely unfairly maligned. At that moment, Wally sort of materializes back, shows him like we're still here, but then we learn that whatever's happening, he doesn't have control of it. And we learned that whatever happened, the energy bursts out. It kills Barry right there. That's how we saw his corpse in the first issue. From there,
how his corpse ended up in a cave. That's
in the cave. Matter. Yeah, we haven't gotten there yet. We as Barry starts bouncing through, or as Wally starts bouncing through the time stream, or not even bouncing through the time stream, as he's experiencing his sort of new triple multi-time reality, he sees an image of the future. And then I liked this. Like I see tomorrow,
an alternate future.
Tomorrows, 2 worlds, which is Flash of 2 worlds. Obviously that's there, but we see him in his costume, being the hero that we've seen advertised on the covers. Other side, some really crazy, creepy, generic, like space monster that I really, again, that's the kind of thing that I jam about. So I turned that page and I went, I'm excited for that. Like, I want to see what that is. But we ultimately end with Wally giving the rogues a run for their money. They're not quite catching him, so they decide it's time to deploy our secret weapon, bring out Grodd. And we get Grodd.
And that's Grodd,
who's a little monkey guy. I'm glad it's Grodd. I thought it was actually going to be Bebo from Legends, the stupid like doll. And I'm like, stop trying to make that a thing, DC. Like, please, just, it wasn't cool in the show. It's not cool here. But thankfully,
I'm with you actually on that. My brain never even went there, but I'm glad they didn't go there.
I'm so glad they didn't go there. But yeah, so that's where we are, guys. We have our basic setup for what we're doing in Absolute Flash. I guess so. We've been giving our thoughts as we've been rolling. I guess to sort of bring it all around and summarize it and really let you guys know what we're thinking. I guess for me, in terms of what we've gotten here, yeah, I don't like the fact that they're clearly trying to throw in Barry just to say, hey, this is somebody you know. On my end, I've been a really big fan of the art. There's been some moments where Wally in particular has been drawn a little too uncanny valley-y. Like they give him too many lines on his face and they detail his teeth and gums too much. And I'm like, what are you doing here? But other times, you know, like this panel here, or like I've been a big fan of this like hovering panel right here. I love this aesthetic, the lines, the breaking up Wally. I want to see, I know we're only 2 issues in, but I kind of want us to move along. I want to get to what is Wally's sort of place now. Like, what is our story going to be with Wally outside of his origin, which again got like 2 issues.
There's not much of a clear,
but
right. There's not as much of a clear setup and direction for Absolute Wally as there was with Absolute Bruce, Absolute Diana, and Absolute Kal-El. Like those were set up actually very well and very clearly in the first issues.
Yep.
Even if like there was still a lot of world building and character growth and setup to be done.
Of course.
What we were in for, we were able to tell straight from the first issue. Like we know what we're in for with Absolute Batman from issue 1. We know the same thing with Absolute Wonder Woman and Absolute Superman. And it has remained consistent.
Yes.
With all 3 of those, with the Absolute Trinity of books. So that expectation was set. Clearly those writers were like, okay, we want the readers to know what they're in for, and this is what it is, right? Whereas here, we're 2 issues in, and all I know is that, or all I can surmise, because we don't even actually know, but all I can surmise is that whatever energies Barry was experimenting with affected Wally in some sort of interdimensional or temporal capacity.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what gifted him his super speeds powers, as well as this weird interdimensional chronal, I don't even know, like
whatever it is, space-time
weirdness. Like I'm not even really sure. Like the type of temporal disconnectedness that he has makes me think more of something like, I don't know, Eobard Thawne.
So
or Hunter Solomon.
Let me hit. Okay, yes, I agree with that, but let me hit you with this, because this is what I read out of it, and I want to know, I want to get your thoughts on it. So the whole idea of him being, like as you're saying, it's not like he's like jumping, like I'm here, then I'm there, then I'm there, then I'm there. He's there at sort of like
he's
all
in multiple
moments.
places, at the
like
same time.
Even if his body is sort of like doing something different, like his consciousness, he exists in all of those moments. And so with that in mind, and then looking at a lot of this imagery we get from the accident with the yellow and the red lines and the tearing up, to me, I see a very, and this goes to the explanation of like what he's doing. To me, I see it as almost a reverse homage to the death of Barry Allen, where Barry went super, super fast, and then he started appearing at the same moment to like all those heroes. He was like Batman, Wally, and that was just because he went so fast. He became the Speed Force. I mean, that's a whole other conversation. But so to me, I see it as that sort of temporal thing. He is everywhere at once because of his powers. And I don't know how it's going, but I definitely made that like Barry, like death of Barry connection.
No, that's an interesting point. That's an interesting point.
But to your point, like, issue 1 of Bats, Wonder Woman, Superman, we knew there was a big giant crime syndicate with Roman, and that, you know, it was a global thing. We knew that Lazarus was a thing, and there was a lot of problems in the world that Supes had to deal with. With Diana, we knew that she was from like hell, like her mom was Cersei. Like, what is all of that going on? Even if she was just fighting generic monster, there was a big setup of like, what is her role going to be here now? She's not the Diana we know. Here, so we got Wally's powers, we got introduced to everybody, but in terms of story, it's like, okay, we know he'll beat the rogues. what's after this? Like, what is the big
And what is he
plot
up against right now aside from these rogues?
Right. So like if this was a movie, this is your opening scene, but nobody's told us like what the movie we're watching is, right? They go, "Oh, this is Absolute Flash. What's the plot? Like what does it say on Fandango?" Nothing. Let's just go watch it.
I don't know.
Right? Yeah, exactly. And it's like, well, can you tell us like what we're looking to?
Can you give us some sort of a synopsis?
We don't know yet. And I'll admit, like, I think I'm so desperate for that right now, and I'm being a little impatient because A, this is Wally, this is the character we care about the most, but B, they're at least, I think I can speak for both of us, and feel free to correct me, but I feel like they have to fight uphill for us to really adopt this version, because like we didn't like the suit, the first suit design, or the suit design in general. I don't know why I say first suit design.
I think it's dorky. I don't like it at all.
It's not fantastic. We didn't really like, you know, the designs they were giving Wally, the way they were drawing Wally. We didn't. So like I feel like they had to earn us back, and you did good. So like you did some good opening salvos, like some pretty art, a sensible-ish enough story, that whole Barry thing aside, but that's the opening scene to your movie. You really got to convince me.
I don't know what there is to look forward to.
Right. Like I don't know.
Like there's been like the story itself isn't bad. It's been okay. It's my least favorite of the Absolute books that I've read so far.
Yeah.
Because it's just kind of there. And that's with me not even holding it to the same standard as I would a Prime Earth Wally West story,
right?
Because this is a completely different Wally. His attitude.
This is still better than the Simon book, though. I'll say that.
As a coherent story, yes.
Yeah.
As certainly as a coherent story, yes. But I just don't know what is there that I'm looking down the road at, right? What is the conflict that I'm like, oh, I can't wait until Absolute Batman has to contend with this, or Absolute Superman has to contend with that, or same thing with Wonder Woman. Like right now, I'm just like, okay, so the rogues are right in front of us, but what else aside from that is there? Like he's out kind of in a desert area on a military base, and what?
Right, and I feel like we are focusing too much on the flashback to like his origin story. I feel like we probably could have cut a page or two, or maybe even 3 across all of those books here.
Well, that's why I say the book, not much actually happens.
No, it really doesn't.
The story forward.
It's a lot of world setup, or not even world, but like setting setup. Because like we meet the people, we meet the powers, we meet the personalities. To your point, like what is Wally fighting? Why does he suit up? We saw, you know, in the other 3, Wonder Woman is like an ambassador to mankind, because she's got to stop all these like hell creatures,
Hades,
right?
Oh,
yeah,
snap.
Like
okay,
that's
that's
crazy.
Kind of a big deal. That's a change.
Superman is sort of like he's more alien than we remember, and he's up against like the world owning. He's basically the absolute version of the Maker, right? Like that's a big daunting thing. I know in that first issue, yes, he might have to contend with the Peacemaker like in front of him, but I know. But
Jason Aaron, to his credit, still sets up what the bigger end game is.
And then same with Batman, where that first issue, he's he's fighting a bunch of the like the party animals, but we get from the dialogue and from Alfred and everything, you know, that introspection into
there's more going on.
Exactly. And
they even tease what's down the line, which is Absolute Joker.
And I will even give to your point about how this is like the lowest of the setups for Absolute, in Absolute Green Lantern, to it, like, again, not my favorite book, probably my least favorite, even under Flash. That one ends with the like Abin Sur is in the air, right? Like the Earth is discovering this absolute version of Abin Sur. And so you've got like, oh, this book's plot is we need to contend with space crap. Like this is all the stuff that's coming to us now. I don't know what happens here. And it makes me feel like, oh, is Wally just going to put on the suit? Is he going to be Spider-Man, where he just puts on the suit because like that's the responsibility? And like, okay, but also that doesn't feel right for Absolute. Everybody in Absolute feels like they were motivated fit in with by this universe.
If that was the character, if that was the case.
So, yeah, guys, I don't know about you, Andrew. I think I've said all I've really wanted to say on this book. I was more jazzed
so
last
far,
week.
Absolute Flash is kind of a C for me so far.
Yeah.
Whereas I would put the other 3 at A's.
We definitely, as the readers might like remember, over the last few weeks we did tease like, oh, we're gonna have some debate, we're gonna butt a little bit of heads over Absolute Flash. That was issue 1. Like my read has definitely changed with number 2. With 1, I was giving it a lot of leeway because that's your number 1. You've got to have
it's
mysteries
your first issue.
and
There's
all
gonna
that
be
stuff.
some setup, yeah.
Yeah, so I was totally fine with that, but we got here and we just got really, really, really nothing. I like the art personally. I know it's not traditionally comic booky, and so I know that that's probably slightly off-putting to you because, as we talked about a little while ago,
I don't hate it, but I don't love it.
Exactly. That's what I meant.
It's not the most recent issue of Absolute Batman, but it's certainly not Absolute Superman.
And I just hate this suit, man.
This suit just is so freaking lame.
There's
like, if you want to make a change to the suit, okay, make a change to the suit for sure. And even if you want, have some sort of a entry-level suit for him, fine. Go full Spidey where he's got like his initial suit. Fine,
right.
Whatever. That can be fun. You can play with that. Part of the fun of superheroes is you can go through multiple costumes. Make it fun. But this just looks, I don't know, like, I feel like there are things about it you can make work, but
I was going to say
that giant ass symbol that takes up more of his chest than Clark's S bothers me. And
because remember, like, Clark's symbol is also a
freaking, it's a jacket too. So it's like a freaking Velcro jacket that goes over the top. And I'm like, man, what is this? What are we doing? I'm just not here for it. I'm not about the design. I'm not about Wally having the mullet. It just,
oh yeah, that right there, I'm with you, but I will have to, I think this is, we have to take an L. I think that's just us being old people. I really think that that's just us being older now, because I think that's I've seen a lot of like younger dudes with that haircut, so I think that's what
are people really bringing the mullet? Are people trying to bring the mullet back? Is that a thing?
No, 1,000%. They actually are, dude. Like,
oh my gosh, why?
I have a guy, a comedian, like a comedy musician I really like. He's Australian. He definitely like brought back he just like cut his hair into a mullet, and I'm like, all right, man, get at it.
Well,
so
again, more power to. I guess it's visually, they're trying to visually set him apart from mainstream Wally, who right now has like, they've gone back to like his 90s haircut that he had when Wade was writing him, which is like kind of with the bangs down in the front, and it's almost a center part instead of the freaking side swipe.
I kind of describe that as like the generic 2000 superhero haircut. Like, everybody had that. Peter had that. Like, Johnny had that. Everybody had that like middle part haircut. So I know exactly what you're talking about.
It's what they've gone back. They've also, I don't know if you've noticed this, they've gone back to making it like super like 90s limited palette, or even 80s limited palette, like bright orange ginger hair as well. They've done that a lot
on
recently.
Wally.
They've made it way brighter, like almost like they've added a more yellow into
almost
his
like
hair.
It's almost like he's going Super Saiyan. Like, it is very very bright nowadays. But yeah, hopefully, like, we're still, like you said, the suit is just so, it's messy, it's overcomplicated. I see what parts they were going for, but they just like did every decision wrong. You know what I mean? Like, okay, speed goggles, I get it. Some runners will wear goggles when they're running because gets in their eyes or whatever. And then you got the helmet. Sure, you want to do a sort of the jacket looks different here in the art and everything, like the official pieces. It's one of those like side zip jackets, like that starts over here. Here it looks like more like on the side, so, or like in the center. The side one, I get, like, yeah, I see the design there, but you added all these lines, you made it so unnecessary. And I didn't even think about what you just said a second ago with the symbol, where it's like, it's bigger than Clark's S. This doesn't mean anything. Like, that's like, no, Clark's S is a symbol of his home, and it's his like class indicator.
It's a Kryptonian symbol, right? Whereas this is just a random like split lightning bolt, which, you know what, the icon itself is kind of cool.
Oh yeah,
and it is
I'm actually not against that.
I also kind of dig like what they're doing, where it's like we're seeing that symbol appear in his eyes,
Yes.
you know, which that's something new. That's something unique. And like, okay, that's kind of interesting. But just the way that they're handling the suit, especially the top part of it. It's like the crop jacket is already kind of strange for him. But then on top of that, like the oversized symbol is even more strange. I would have gone more if this was me, and far be it from I'm not a professional concept artist at all. That would be Marcos Rios over at the Rippaverse. But if it was me, I would have instead just split that as an actual normal jacket, lengthen it a little bit. Don't make it a crop top jacket. That's not necessary.
We haven't even mentioned that, but yes, no, that
And-
is the dumbest thing about this.
And then it would somewhat resemble Pietro's jacket that he had, that purple jacket back in the 2000s. But
I like that
look was
jacket.
honestly kind of rad.
Yeah, I was gonna say I do
honestly.
like that.
They only did it the one time, but it was still kind of rad.
Jessie wears a jacket over her like regular costume.
Yeah,
and
she's
she
got
awesome.
the freaking brown bomber jacket, even, which has no colored composition with the rest of her suit, but she rocks it.
And also like no connection to anything, right? Like her mom didn't wear it,
Just,
her dad
she's
didn't wear
just
it.
Wearing the jacket because she likes the jacket,
Yeah.
which honestly is kind of based for me. I'm like,
No,
all right, I dig it.
I'm right behind you, girl. You rock that.
You like the fit, so you're going with the fit. I'm here for it.
But yeah, this suit is just, it's not a winner. Definitely not a winner.
No, it's weak, and yeah, this book so far is It's not bleh, but it's
Well,
and unfortunately, they set this one up so far for me to fail. This one already had the most uphill battle for me because of the freaking content we're talking here, right?
The power set and
the legacy
everything.
that's there, all the context, all of that. But on top of that, I was already, and we said this issue 1 of the show or issue 2 when we covered it, I was not jazzed about Absolute Universe at all going in. I was not interested. And you were like, just grab
I was like,
Batman
please, just
issue
like
1 so we can talk about it on the show. All right. We'll talk about the first issue on the show, right? And then we'll take it, you know, step by step, one at a time from there. And I wound up becoming a believer and loving Absolute Batman, Absolute Superman, and Absolute Wonder Woman. All three.
That's the shocker one, honestly.
And two of those three, the 2 out of the 3 writers, I typically don't like more often than I do. I don't like Jason Aaron, and I don't like Kelly Thompson unless she's, I don't know, writing Jeff.
Yep, that's what I was gonna say. Unless she's writing Jeff, I don't want to hear from her.
Like, unless you're writing Jeff, stay out of comics. But she's writing a really good Wonder Woman story, and Jason Aaron's telling a really interesting Superman story that is my favorite.
Like of those reimaginings.
I'm trying to think right now whether or not it's my favorite DC book overall.
Ooh.
Because the only contender I can think right now with it is Aquaman, which is super recent. And that's Jeremy Adams. I've really enjoyed Batgirl so far. But Batman is a contender. Superman's been kind of okay. And Justice League Unlimited has been underwhelming.
Super
honestly,
underwhelming. I think you might be right.
Absolute Superman and Aquaman are my top 2 DC books right now, and Absolute Superman might be my favorite.
I would only put an asterisk on Batgirl and put her in like 3rd or something, or even like 2nd, because like I'd
be willing to put her in 3rd.
But here I'm trying to like here's the issue that I think that stands in your way and my way is like, we didn't go into that book thinking it was going to be like a maxi, right? We thought this was a mini. We went through all 5 of those first issues thinking it's a mini. So we never kind of thought like, oh, this is going to be the best ongoing DC book. We thought we were going to get 6 and done.
Is it a maxi or is it an ongoing?
I don't know.
Have they announced?
No, we just know that there's.
I just know that it's more than the 5,
right? Or more than the 6 that we thought we were getting, because it ends with that like, oh, I'm gonna go hunt them down now. Where you and I were both like, really? Wait, what? We're doing that? So,
interesting.
Yeah, no idea really what's going on there, but that's why I understand. Like, I'm weird about putting it in like the ranking too, because I don't know what I want to consider that thing.
Yeah, I don't know if they've decided yet.
Clone Geek says, wasn't Batgirl always going to be an ongoing? We can't really. So we've been debating this for a while because DC
and Marvel have been doing this thing very regularly recently, where they'll pitch something as a new series, and then like after a handful of months in the solicits, they'll very subtly like
oh, it's over.
say, hey,
Yeah.
it's, you know, this is issue whatever of 5, right? And it's like, oh,
Like you didn't have that
this
before.
turned into a mini.
Yeah.
This was not a mini, or not pitched as a mini.
So like
right?
that, and that's where Batgirl was. Like they pitched it as like, it's Batgirl, but they always treated it, all the promo material, it was like, we're gonna see a short story, we're gonna hang out, we're gonna be gone. And so when we got to that, it was like, oh, they're extending it. Because yeah, that extensions don't really happen as often as like, oh, we're just gonna cancel the book outright. The most recent example of that phenomena is there's a book right now called Weapon X-Men, which is about like Wolverine, Deadpool, Cable, Proudstar, and Chamber. That book was supposed to be a maxi or an ongoing, and they announced it as an ongoing, and they're canceling it after 3 issues. So like the latest solicits were like 3 of 3, and I'm like, you didn't mean to do that.
Okay.
But okay, let's see. Anything left to say about Absolute Flash? Any final words that we have not hit already?
No, other than I had low expectations for it, and I guess it's kind of meeting those. Which is unfortunate because I've really loved the kind of Absolute Trinity books so far. But I guess it is what it is. Not everything can be a winner.
Not everything can be a winner, but
this has been okay. It's not like it's a bad book. It's just not what was hoping for right now. Maybe that'll change with next issue. Who knows?
And guys,
that could change 1 month to the next.
It honestly could. And guys, just to sort of like put it into context, we sort of, you know, to us, this was a potential Ultimate Spider-Man for Flash, right? A potential,
yeah,
not
for us at least specifically.
And like, yeah, that potential for us existed maybe before they actually started talking about it and we started seeing the costume. But we are so we have such crap things going on with the Flash right now that Andrew and I want something good. It's just
I need a good speedster in the mainstream, or just in comic books in general. And right now, the best speedster thing that I've had in comic books was in the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver mini that was like middle of last year.
I thought you were going to say DC Sonic, and I'm like, yeah, of course.
Because I'm not going to count that. But that has been genuinely good. But like, as far as like not something that's a cross publisher thing, right? Pietro was great in the Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch mini. He was fantastic, and I hope that they bring him back soon.
But like, look at that. We have to point to Pietro for like, this
who's
is a quality
like the most
speedster.
unlikable jackass, you know, in terms of speedsters. So that's saying something right now, because we're in a bit of a dry spell for good speedster content. Hopefully they turn it around.
Here is hoping, guys. Don't worry, we'll let you know with the next Absolute Flash issue. As always, you'll know when we drop a book. We'll make it very, very clear. So far, it's only been 2, both mutant related, Exceptional and Dazzler, even though you weren't really picking up Dazzler to read it, but I was. And then
I just picked up that first foil cover because it was a pretty cover.
It's a very pretty cover. All right, let's see. Before we get out of here, I see our boy Clone Geek says, this is probably for you, Andrew. Jedi Fallen Order is getting a manga adaptation, which
the hell
might be cool.
Is it really? Hold on.
According to Clone Geek,
Jedi Fallen Order manga? What the crap?
Isn't that the
Jedi Fallen Order?
That's the first one, isn't it?
First one, yeah. I'm not seeing any mention of a manga adaptation for Jedi Fallen Order here. There's Jedi Fallen Order Dark Temple. It's 2019. That was a comic book, it looks like. I'm not seeing any manga mentioned here at all on Google. So I don't know if that's real or not.
Clone Geek, you'll have to let us know. It got announced at Star Wars Celebration a couple minutes ago, so it's probably just nobody's talked about it.
All right.
Yet.
Well, maybe I'll wake up tomorrow and there will be something out there regarding that. Okay. Well, interesting. I guess I'll take a look at that.
And then to our point about minis and ongoings and all that stuff. Look at that. Our first off the corner comment tonight, but Clone Geek says, though Metamorpho was suggested to be ongoing only for issue 6 to be announced to be the last, That's exactly what we're talking about, right? And yeah, I've read like the first 3 of Metamorpho. I've got to catch up, but it's been like a fun book. I don't know if I would say it's been like the best, but I've enjoyed reading it every time I have. And then
okay.
I do agree with this, Clone Geek. The fact that we've gotten like this Poison Ivy run has gotten 30 like issues. Don't know what's happening.
How is it that far in? Is it really selling that well?
It apparently is. Like, not only is it 30 issues, but it also survived like the Rebirth
off of anything
reboot.
better than just covers.
I mean,
because I've been seeing the covers at my shop, and I'm like, that's a nice cover, but like I have no interest in the book.
I mean, it could. No, we know the industry. It could very well be cover based, but
Could be cover based, could be astroturfed, could be anything.
Somehow it has returned.
All right.
All right.
Gosh.
So before we finally get out of here, I know Andrew wanted to end this on a high note, so I figured why don't we let him end it on a high note with Andrew. How's Witchblade going?
Okay, so I'm actually mad.
Oh, snap.
And not at the book, but because the books didn't actually arrive in shops this week.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Issue 10, right?
Yeah.
Is what it was supposed to arrive in shops this week, but it didn't. I was so sad. Like, I went up to my I go into my shop, the guys there recognize me. I'm cool with them, and they immediately just go to the shelf that's
like,
got all the stacks.
Get Rodriguez's order or whatever.
Yeah, they pull out my there are multiple Andrew Rodriguez's at our shop apparently. And so they pull out.
I mean, to be fair, when I went to IMDb earlier to look for your IMDb profile, I didn't find you, but I found at least the 28th listed Andrew Rodriguez on IMDb.
Sure. I mean, I've got a basic ass first name and a basic ass last name. But they hand me my stack and I flip through it. I'm like, cool. And I'm like, where's Witchblade? And I was like, okay, so maybe it was just like a one-off week where they forgot to put Witchblade in my stack. People can make mistakes. It can happen. It's happened. I think it's happened like once at the shop where like a book was mistakenly not put in my stack, or it was accidentally put in the other Andrew Rodriguez's stack.
In somebody else's stack, yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, all right, well, why not? And so I go, I'm like, all right, well, I'll see if there are just any other copies over on the, the rack in the back for the new releases, and see, if there's one there, I'll just grab that and I'll bring it up to the register. Why not? And then there are none there, like none there. And there's always at least a few copies of Witchblade there. And I'm like,
that's not one that's going to like sell out. It's good, but it's not selling out.
And more so than just that, but there were fewer new releases on the wall just overall. And I was like, why is like a third of the wall empty? And not a third as in it's sold out, where they'll have a cardboard or whatever backing where it'll thing. list like what new release was supposed to be on that slot on the wall, right? Nothing. And I'm like, what's going on here? So I go up to the counter to check out after grabbing my my bags and boards and whatnot, and the 1 or 2 issues that I pulled off the wall in the back. And I'm like, was there supposed to be a new Witchblade this week? And as I'm asking this, it's kind of partially rhetorical, and I wasn't being a dick about it, but I had Previews World pulled up on my phone, which is where I usually check out, make my little checklist of everything I'm supposed to be picking out. And I'm like, there's supposed to be a new one this week. And they're like, yeah, there's some books that just did not come in this week. I'm like, really? And they're like, yeah, hopefully it'll be here next week. And I'm like, huh, okay, well.
And you're like, but that's the one the one I wanted.
That's usually like the last book that I read in my stack is my palate cleanser, because it's just been so consistently good on both story and art. And I'm a longtime Witchblade fan. So I was just like, oh, well, all right. Well, that kind of sucks. But I mean, it's not like I won't see you guys next week, right? And, if it's here then, it's there then. But yeah, like maybe this goes back to whatever weird shipping issues Diamond has had or something like that.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely certain, who's to say. But yeah, it was just kind of a bummer. So
it all goes back to that truck. It all goes back to that one truck.
It all goes back to that one missing truck. Like I don't get to have a happy ending to my stack this week, actually.
I mean, you
unfortunately.
could just go pick up an extra copy of Exceptional X-Men. There you go.
Oh, wow. All right. Yeah. I'll shoot myself in between the eyes while I'm at
Well, with
it.
you know what? This is why we don't try to do fun and nice things here, right? Because it never works out. But with that, then I tried. I guess this is probably we're about to hit the 4-hour mark. Probably a good time for us to sign off.
I would say so.
All right, buddy.
I would say so.
With that, we're back at the main screen. What's going on? Oh, shoot. Look at that. Chuck says, got sidetracked, saw the notification, had family stuff. Hey, first off, happy to see you, buddy. Second, it's a pleasure just to have your time whenever you're around. So if you're doing
We appreciate
family,
you, man.
Yeah, we're glad you're having fun. We're glad you're spending time with your family. No ill will here ever for any of you guys. If you want, rewatch it or catch us next week or check out what Andrew's going on until then.
Yep. All right, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. I appreciate y'all. I will see you Sunday for community night. Possibly. We'll see. I'll get a lay of the land to see what the crew is up to. If they're home and no longer spending time with family for the Easter holiday, then maybe we'll do the stream. But if we don't, just know that it's because people are spending time with their families because the holiday, and that does take precedence. So if I don't see you this Sunday, I'll see you next Sunday. See you Tuesday night on High Council. And yeah, guys, thanks for hanging out with us. Appreciate y'all. Hopefully we'll have some good books next week as well.
Absolutely, guys. Andrew covered most of it. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll see you next week. We'll have more books. Hopefully we'll have something. I mean, at least we had Superman this week. That was really good. But hopefully we'll have some
Summer Superman was solid. I had fun with that.
Hopefully next week we'll have more to excite you guys about, jazz you guys about. But as always, we'll have more intellectually honest comic book talk next week. Until then, go to the Rippaverse. Go check out Horseman #1, Zaylin, Great War. I think, isn't there like a new magazine, like a new Rippazine coming soon or whatever? I feel like Carol's been showing it off.
Rippazine #3 just started shipping on
That's
Monday.
what it is. Yeah.
So that has Caro's short story in it, Dirty D's, which if you guys like Firefly, if you like Cowboy Bebop or Outlaw Star or Ender's Game or
Caro.
Or just Caro, yeah. There's a really great and fun story. That shoot Guardians of the Galaxy. There's some Guardians in there. Like, check it out. It's a ton of fun. It's really well done.
And then, as always, guys, as you can see on the screen, aside from the pre-order campaigns that are open, or I don't want to say campaigns because it's not a campaign, but the pre-order windows you guys have open right now, they've got ISOM, they've got all the stuff coming out of Rip Ascend, they've got their art books, their calendars. Go check it out. It's always a good ride. Go subscribe to Andrew on Twitch, YouTube, all that fun stuff, Twitter. All of our links can be found down below. You don't have to miss us. We won't miss you. Oh my God, that's not, I didn't mean it like that. I mean,
wow, we will miss you. Don't listen to the jerk above me.
Cancel me. Like,
thank you, everyone.
I'm quitting the show.
Cancel.
Like, I'm stepping down. That was my own mess up. Wow. I can't believe I said it like that.
That was awful. If we've got a hypothetically speaking, where we'll sort more characters. We won't be doing one this Saturday because she will be spending time with family.
I was going to say probably family.
Yeah, she's going to be spending time with family because it's Easter weekend, right? And however, next weekend, I'm not sure what we're sorting yet, but we will be sorting something. Last weekend, we sorted Ghibli movie characters, and that was a ton of fun. That was sort of the most fun we have had on that stream to date.
Aren't they
and
all
we've been doing that
Gryffindors?
stream for a while. No, not all of them. And even though Dylan was there, they weren't all Hufflepuffs either.
Oh, now you're just lying to me. Now you're just straight up lying to me. I don't believe that for a second. But yeah, guys, check us out. Follow us everywhere if you like. Until next time, same bat channel. We'll be right here next week. I will miss you. I promise. I screwed that one up. But until next time, guys, take it easy and have a good weekend. Have a good rest of your week, all that fun stuff. And let's see. Go read some good comics.
Yeah.
Never before have we had greater face a complex, rapidly changing world. Think of it a moment.
It is a world in which supersonic speeds are commonplace. It is a world that has seen the coming of the atomic bomb. It has seen the rise of the total state, the dictator, and the mass man. It is a world of new sensations, new excitements, new distractions.
So much to be learned by so many in so little time.
And I suppose you're here with no agenda, as per usual?
On the contrary, I'm here for comics.
How's your comic book collection, Brody?
Oh, it's going good, but I've been...